What happens when one man tries to watch every horror movie from the 1980s? We're about to find out, because I'm Josh Spiegel and this is the 80s Project. So many decades define horror, from the Universal era in the 1930s to the sci-fi monsters of the 60s to the 70s, which gave us epics like Halloween and The Exorcist. But I'm not sure that any one decade contained as many massively influential and memorable tales of terror than the 1980s. You had the slasher wave and the rise of complicated practical effects in a time that effects artists were like rock stars. To celebrate that special time, the 80s Project is going to go year by year, outlining as many films released as we can, and we're going to kick it off by going all the way back to January of 1980. The era began on January 11th, 1980 with The Godsend, starting in a limited release and going wide 1 week later on the 18th. It was the first feature directed by Gabrielle Beaumont, who had a career that spanned into the early 2000s, but mostly stuck to TV, with her only other genre film of note being Beastmaster 3. I mean, I didn't say of extreme note, I just said note. Based on a novel from 1976 of the same name from Bernard Taylor, it's the story of a family that live out in the country that find a strange pregnant woman wandering on her own. She ends up giving birth at their house and then vanishing, causing the Marlowe family to take the little baby as their own. And as she grows, a series of accidents besets their own children. But do they just have like really bad luck, or is Bonnie something sinister? Similar to Beaumont's background, the film's cast, including Malcolm Stoddard and Sid Hamann, were mostly TV vets, although the film's most well-known presence is probably that of Angela Pleasance, daughter of Loomis, as the Stranger, although her screen time is pretty limited. It was a pretty inauspicious start to the decade, as the film is barely remembered and no real box office information exists, although I find it hard to believe that it was any sort of hit, even if the budget was a pretty small $1 million. It's not a bad way to begin the decade, but certainly a not so memorable one. My rating for the film is 2 Betamax tapes out of 5, and the horror cultural significance of it, I'm also going to give 2 out of 5 for the presence of Angela Pleasance. And should you watch it? Not really.
Look, it's her. Now perhaps you believe me.
On January 18th, the next entry was unleashed with Cardiac Arrest, although it technically had played a few places in November of '79, but '80 was when it went into wider release. It's one of only 2 films written and directed by Murray Mintz, who made this film and then basically left the film world until 1996, when he made one more film and then nothing else. It's an early slasher flick about a series of murders in San Francisco, following a couple of cops trying to solve a series of murders in which the hearts are removed, mixed with a parallel story of a married couple dealing with the revelation that the wife is in need of a heart transplant. The cast is made up of a crew of actors who mostly did character roles and very few names, even for the time, and the only face to stand out is that of Fred Ward, shortly before his star began rising in his breakout hit film Time Rider: The Adventures of Lyle Swan, but he was also very shortly in some astronaut film. Ultimately, even though this one is billed pretty heavily as a horror film, I mean, look at this poster, it's a pretty low-key detective drama. Slasher fans will be pretty disappointed, but it's pretty decent, although predictable little film with some fun characters, so it's obvious that with the rise of the slasher films, this was packaged to cash in on that. There's unfortunately very little information about the theatrical run, with no budget or box office numbers available. My rating for this one, also 2 tapes. It's okay. Horror cultural significance, 1 out of 5, because it's not horror. It's a cop drama. Should you watch it? Probably not.
Is Harvey around?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Yeah.
Leon's 2-1 pitch.
Arriving a week and a half later, the next release was January 30th to All a Good Night. Curiously, the film is a Christmas-themed slasher, so the January debut was a little mistimed, and featured a killer Santa Claus a good 4 years before Silent Night, Deadly Night would arrive. And although that film would be met with much disdain for mixing horror and the holidays, no one was really that peeved at this one, and probably because it wasn't marketed as a Christmas film. Instead, judging from the poster, it looks more like some sort of ghost story or something, but it's actually a standard slasher set in a finishing school for girls in which a costume killer picks off our cast one by one. Interestingly, it was directed by David Hess, who most people will know as Krug from Last House on the Left, although he'll always be Swamp Thing's ferret to me. It's the only feature film that he would direct, with his only other stint behind the camera being a documentary short. The cast is mostly smaller names, like the girl from the Ghostbusters Psychic Experiment, and a group of people who mostly just starred in this film, although there's an odd cameo from 70s porn legend Harry Reams. Oddly, even though this film came out a few months before Friday the 13th, it shares several similarities. It features a crazed caretaker character named Ralph, who constantly trying to warn everybody else of danger, and the killer is revealed to be the mother of a girl who died there earlier, and she's getting revenge. It's pretty forgotten, and it's fairly deserved since it's overly predictable and just kind of plods along, but it is the genuine first slasher film of the decade. My rating for this one is 2.5 tapes, and the horror cultural significance is also 2.5 because of its Friday similarities and David Hess's contributions. Should you watch it? You can probably skip it, but it's not without its charms.
You killed my baby.
A few days later, on Friday, February 1st, we get our first heavy hitter of the era, and the only one so far to achieve any sort of longevity, and that's John Carpenter's The Fog. It was released in a few theaters around the country, but then went into broader release 1 week later on the 8th. After the huge success of Halloween, Carpenter did a couple of TV movies, and The Fog was his first theatrical follow-up, and couldn't be more different. Instead of the slasher thriller, it's a supernatural tale of angry ghost pirates who emerge from an all-encompassing fog bank. It featured Jamie Lee Curtis, of course, but also marked the theatrical debut of Carpenter's then-wife, Adrienne Barbeau, horror icon Tom Atkins, as well as Curtis's mother and Psycho star Janet Leigh, the great John Houseman, Hal Holbrook, and of course, Buck Flower. At the time, the director wasn't overly excited with his product, he didn't like the initial rough cut, and went back for reshoots, trying to make the film more comprehensible and, of course, bloodier. As more horror films were coming out that featured more gore, they realized that a quieter, subtle ghost story couldn't quite compete. It's estimated that the reshoots amount to a full 1/3 of the released version's content, and because of these reshoots, and what he considered to be lower production values, Carpenter still doesn't consider The Fog to be one of his favorite films, and the critics at the time agreed. It was unfavorably met, with the New York Times calling it constructed of random diversions and unrewarding as a ghost story. Those reviews didn't hold it back though, since it ended up pulling in $21 million at the box office against a modest budget of $1 million. Since then, the film has become more revered amongst reviewers and is considered, in the words of the director himself, a minor horror classic. My rating for this one is 3.5 tapes, since I really enjoy this one, but I will admit it's not one of my favorite Carpenter flicks. The cultural significance of it is 4, as it's early Carpenter and the atmosphere helped shape the decade. And should you watch it? Come on, you already have. If you haven't, then you know the answer by now.
Look across the water into the darkness. Look for the fog.
Not as well regarded as The Fog, but possibly more notorious, the 80s' next big release occurred on February 7th in Italy with Cannibal Holocaust. Interestingly enough, it wouldn't actually get a US release until about 5 years later, when it got a limited run in 1985. It was directed by Ruggero Deodato, who had been making films since 1964, but this is probably the work that he's the most remembered for. Although it certainly didn't invent the found footage genre, it's one of the earliest notable examples of it, and the film follows a rescue team going in search of a crew of documentary filmmakers in the Amazon, only to discover their dead bodies and film canisters. Those canisters are then turned into a film called The Green Inferno, and the footage unfurls to reveal the crew's fate. Cannibal Holocaust certainly isn't known for its quality, and is known for two major things. First is the fact that upon its release, Italian authorities charged Deodato with obscenity, and later upgraded it to murder when it was thought that the killings in the film were actually real, and that it was, in fact, a snuff film. It actually took the actors being interviewed on TV and presenting footage of them interacting with the crew after their death scenes in court to clear his name and for the courts to drop the charges. So the human deaths were faked, but the other point of notoriety is the actual killing of several animals over the course of the film. 6 animals are killed on screen, one of which was a monkey, and apparently the scene needed to be shot twice, causing them to kill 2 monkeys. It's been banned in multiple countries around the world, although it did manage to eventually get released in most of them years later, and even now, 40 some years after its release, it remains the video nasty that die-hard horror fans still have a hard time sitting through. My rating on this one is 1.5, since I think it's more notorious than notable, and frankly, not that good. And I'm not down with the animal killing. Its cultural significance is a 4, since it changed the game for Extremity, making people think that it was a snuff film, and became one of the most known video nasties and helped shape the future of found footage. Should you watch it? Sure, just be prepared to turn it off when the animal cruelty gets a bit too much.
I wonder who the real cannibals are.
The ones that are eating people. On the very same day as Cannibal Holocaust's release, another Italian terror was unleashed. Because although it was released on April 2nd in the US, Dario Argento's Inferno arrived in Italy on February 7th. This was his direct follow-up to Suspiria and served as a sequel of sorts. Although it wasn't directly linked, it was the second part of his Three Mothers trilogy, which told of 3 witches. Inferno deals with Mater Tenebrarum, or the Mother of Darkness. Although it does contain a portion of Suspiria's stylistic flares, it definitely features a more linear storyline, or at least as linear as early Argento got. The plot features a music studio from Rome who heads to New York to investigate the disappearance of his sister, only to discover a series of horrors while there, leading him to confront the villainous mother. Budgeted at $3 million US, close to double that of Suspiria, Inferno ended up only getting a limited theatrical run in the States due to a shift in management at 20th Century Fox, who handled the film's distribution. Because of this, the film made very little money at the US box office, although it was a solid hit in Italy. Critical response at the time was fairly negative as well, with most reviewers comparing it negatively to its predecessors, and Argento seems to agree. During production, he contracted a severe case of hepatitis and was forced to direct some of the scenes while lying down. Because of this experience, he's referred to Inferno as one of his least favorite of his works, unable to separate the art from the pain he went through to make it. Over time, though, its reputation seems to have increased, with it being viewed more favorably by horror fans and critics, including Total Film magazine, which declared it as one of the 50 greatest horror films of all time. One thing's for sure, though, is that it's conceivably possible that its lack of success is due to the absence of Goblin on the soundtrack. My rating is 3, since I think it looks great and it's a really fun watch, but just doesn't have the same impact as other early Argento works. The horror cultural significance is also 3, since it didn't really change the game any more than Suspiria did, but it's still Argento at the top of his game. And should you watch it? Yes, it's a wild ride, and even though it doesn't quite add up to a masterpiece, it has a lot of good stuff going on. Meanwhile, back in America, the next horror entry arrived on February 29th with Don't Answer the Phone, because 1980 was a leap year. Oddly, it starts off with a woman on the phone with her mother, but the voice on the other end really seems to be a man.
Twice.
Don't you care about your family?
Of course I care about the family.
Well, what are you going to do tonight?
Did they forget to switch out the temp sound there? This one was written and directed by Robert Hammer, and it's his only credit, save for doing some crew work on a David Crosby documentary in 2019. But he never made another movie after this one. The cast features Darkman's Polly, or Swamp Thing's Bruno, or, good old Nicholas Worth as a rapist/killer on the streets of Los Angeles, really giving a wild and demented performance.
Please consider what we discussed last week. Will you do that for me, Ramon?
But I do feel better.
There's a cameo from Porky, but it's mostly full of character performances, and this is 100% Worth's show. Well, Worth and his high-waisted jeans, like seriously, look at these things. Besides that, it's mostly notable for just how downright sleazy the whole thing is. The ads played it up as a Halloween-style babysitter stalker instead of the creepy crime thriller that it actually is. And like Cannibal Holocaust, Don't Answer the Phone was also placed on the UK's video nasty list. And like Cardiac Arrests, it's less horror than it is about the police on the hunt, although this one focuses a little more on the killer than the cops. It wasn't too well regarded upon its release and hasn't grown a more favorable reputation as time passed, with the exception of the appreciation for Worth as the killer. There's not a lot of information with respects to its theatrical run, except that it made just under $2 million in its year of release. My rating on this one is 2 tapes, since it's actually fairly dull outside of the stuff with Worth going for it, and its cultural significance is 1.5, since again it's barely horror, but there are a few slasher style moments, and should you watch it, you can skip this one.
I love the puppy. He was so sweet. He was such a little baby, and I loved him.
As we headed to March, on the 7th was the slightly more prestigious premiere of Death Ship, directed by Alan Rakoff, who has a pretty extensive directing resume, but mostly TV work, and this remains his only horror film. The cast is a bit more illustrious, with Ed Hawken, Rambo's boss, and character actor Saul Rubinek, and the plot revolves around a cruise ship rammed by a massive ghost ship, following a small group of survivors on a makeshift life raft. They all end up on a seemingly abandoned ship that was once a Nazi prison freighter and is now haunted by the ghosts of the inmate and crew. And they begin to make their presence known, haunting and possessing and exposing them to as much Nazi propaganda as Facebook. Interestingly, the ship itself that they used for filming had difficulties, and they were unable to get it to operate much, so most of the shots of the ship actually moving were accomplished by putting the camera in a small boat and driving past it to give the illusion of movement. Speaking of illusions, nothing breaks your films like accidentally getting an entire camera crew in your shot. Although the film was a Canadian and British production, costing around 4.5 million Canadian dollars to produce, and at the time the exchange was fairly similar, so it cost no less than around 4 million American, but only brought in just under 2 million at the box office, making it a disappointment, and at the time was given either negative or mixed reviews. Time has been a lot more forgiving with it though, and is looked back with a little bit more respect now, perhaps due to a persistent appearance on late 80s cable and network television mixed with a dose of nostalgia. My rating on this one is 2.5, since it has its moments, but it's really nothing new, and there's too many lulls in the action, and it's alright. The horror cultural significance is 2.5, with the presence of several genre actors. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's a good watch. There's some good tense moments. You just have to wait a little while in between them. So it turns out that 1980 was a big year for Italian cannibal pictures that partially take place in New York City, since we also saw Eaten Alive on March 20th. At least in Italy, since it wouldn't be released in America until 1985, where it did so under the title Doomed to Die. It's important to realize that this is Eaten Alive with an exclamation point, not to be confused with Tobe Hooper's earlier Eaten Alive, which didn't have an exclamation point, therefore making it scientifically 63% less exciting than this one. What makes this one exciting is that it was directed by Umberto Lenzi, schlock director extraordinaire, who we'll actually encounter again later this very year. You'll think that this was a direct knockoff of Cannibal Holocaust, especially since it features Robert Kerman, who also stars in that film and was released in several markets as Cannibal Holocaust 2, but was actually filmed before the release of that one. In fact, Lenzi is often cited as the originator of the cannibal film boom of the time, launching it with his 1972 film Man from Deep River. This one follows Sheila's search for her missing sister, last seen in the jungles of New Guinea, and she enlists a mercenary to help her find her, where they run afoul of a devious cult that they then have to escape while also avoiding the cannibal tribe that lives there. Similar to Holocaust, it features its fair share of actual animal abuse on screen, although most of it was actually reused from other cannibal movies. It wasn't well received at the time, and hasn't really improved with age, and will probably mainly be known as that other cannibal movie from 1980 that features a male porn star in the lead. My rating on this one is 1 tape, since it's just the same as some of the other cannibal stuff from that era, and I expect a little bit more from Lenzi, and its horror cultural significance is 1.5, since it'll always be in the shadows of both Cannibal Holocaust and the Hooper film. Should you watch it? Pretty much just if you're an Italian cannibal completist.
Fear not, my children. Drink, and God bless you.
March 28th closes out our first section of the year with possibly the most prestigious film on this particular list, The Changeling, directed by Peter Medic, who would follow this film up with a comedy called Zorro the Gay Blade that probably deserves its own entire video, and mostly stayed away from the horror realm, unless you count Species 2. And yes, this movie was directed by the same guy who did Species 2, and I can't get my head around that. It stars George C. Scott, and I'm pretty sure that I absolutely adore 100% of the horror work that Scott has done, and the story involves John Russell, whose wife and daughter are killed in a horrific accident, so he moves to Seattle and rents a haunted mansion. Of note is the fact that Medic was brought in at the last minute after 2 previous directors dropped out of the project due to creative differences and only had a month to revise the script to his liking and prep shooting. Given that, it's beautifully shot and incredibly well acted, and received mostly positive reviews at the time, and was considered a minor success at the box office, and actually performed better internationally than in the American market. The film was Canadian and won 8 Genie Awards, which is the Canadian equivalent of the Oscar, in the very first year that Genies were given out. It also won 2 Saturn Awards, which were given to outstanding science fiction, fantasy, and horror films, and had a solid reputation as being one of the best ghost stories of all time. It's not to be confused with the Clint Eastwood film from 2008, and should also be pointed out that Lombardo Bava had a film in 1987 called Until Death that was released in some markets as The Changeling 2, although there's no connection at all to this film. My rating on this one, to close out this section, is 4 tapes, because this one's great. It's great stuff, and Scott is fantastic. Its cultural significance is also a 4, since it's kicked the decade into elevated horror and classy haunted house tales, giving the genre a bit of respectability. We pick back up with Zombie Holocaust, which premiered in Italy on March 28th, which was directed by Marino Girolami, a long-established Italian director who had been making films since 1950, and this was in fact one of his last movies. It's the tale of a New York hospital which has some corpses showing up missing some body parts, and it seems like it's this guy who has a superpower to transform into a dummy and then back again. Ian McCullough, who had literally just done Zombie 2, shows up here as well, and there's killings in which this mark keeps showing up, which they trace back to an island, which seems to be McCullough's whole thing. I mean, that's pretty much the plot of Zombie, and they're even going there to track down a doctor that's involved in ghoulish stuff. They meet the good doc, and Jesus, Lucas is even here, and it was even filmed on the same damn sets, because they really weren't trying to win any points for originality with this one. So, if this one seems familiar, it might be because you know it from a different title, because it wasn't released in America until 1982, and it came out over here as Dr. Butcher, MD. which is at least a more original title, but the version released here was pretty heavily edited down and even featured an opening scene from an entirely different, unfinished movie. It's weird because the first third of this is pretty much zombie, but then it basically becomes Cannibal Holocaust for the middle, but then it's like it remembers, hey, we're supposed to be ripping off Fulci here, better get back to that. The film did okay when it was released, but never really got the notoriety of the films that it's the most similar to, although some of the practical effects have earned it a nice little place in gore history. My rating on this one is 2.5 beta tapes, because although it's nowhere near Zombies level, it's still pretty entertaining, and those effects are great. The horror cultural significance is pretty low at a 2 though, since it doesn't really do like anything new at all. Should you watch it? Yep, especially if you like fun classic Italian zombie movies.
The patient screamed, disturbing me, performed removal of vocal cords.
We next head to a different part of the world with the release of We're Going to Eat You on April 2nd, at least in Hong Kong. This one was directed by the legendary Choi Hark, who was all over the scene back then, making a name as both a director and a writer, winning tons of awards, and became known as the Steven Spielberg of Asia. He'd even later go on to make a couple of American films with Jean-Claude Van Damme, which was apparently some sort of requirement for Hong Kong directors. This one has a whole village of cannibals that prey on tourists, and there's a secret agent that's after a villain named Rolex, although he's not much of a secret agent since he tells the first guy he encounters what he's there to do. It has all the hallmarks of the kung fu movies of that era, but it has a bit more gore than those do, and has the standards of Hark's work, which gives it a healthy dose of comedy in there as well. Because of budgetary reasons, it lifts a good deal of its soundtrack straight from Suspiria. Which certainly adds an interesting contrast to the on-screen antics. This wasn't that successful overseas, and Choi in fact had 2 movies come out in that same year. The other was a crime thriller called Dangerous Encounters of the First Kind, which actually became a big box office success, totally overshadowing this one. Hark himself isn't too proud of the work, claiming that it didn't turn out good, although it definitely still has a fan base because of its odd mixture of genres and screwball characters. My rating is actually a 2.5 because it's still pretty fun, even though it's kinda typical stuff, but it is interesting to see your standard martial arts film with a handful of gross out moments. The HCS is pretty low though at 2 tapes, since it just didn't have a big impact on the genre, and should you watch it? If you like old kung fu movies, you should. If you grew up on Saturday morning kung fu theater, it's a fun flashback with a horror flair. A little further into April, on the 9th, we get our next entry with Don't Go in the House. It was written and directed by Joseph Ellison and was his first feature. And he would go on to make only one other film, and that was a musical comedy called Joey. It's got Donnie here, who has an obsession with fire, and he's played by Dan Grimaldi, who went on to do a series of bit parts until landing a pretty solid run on The Sopranos, playing Patsy Parisi. When he finds his mother dead, and he commences a Bates-style meltdown, eventually kidnapping someone, stripping her naked, covering her in gas, and burning her alive with a flamethrower. It's the scene that is off-cited when talking about the film and its excessiveness, and he continues his spree seeking out pretty women with long blonde hair, and he's haunted by the ghost of his mother. The film actually got some fairly positive reviews, but was pretty strongly criticized for its depictions of violence, although, to be fair, it's almost entirely condensed into that one brutal scene. Although audiences were torn between lauding its character depth and interesting portrayal of the repercussions of abuse, and tearing down its grimness and overall seedy vibes. The backlash for the violence was so strong that it made Ellison step back from filmmaking, and he didn't make another movie for 6 years with Joey, and when that film failed to garner the acclaim that his earlier film received, minus the outrage that it also caused, he retired from filmmaking. Interesting to note that the ending, which is pretty great, would be repeated pretty closely the following year with Maniac. I'm giving this one a solid 3 because it is a deeper and richer film than I would have expected, but it's also a bit tedious and doesn't really have much new to say. Its significance is at a 2 since it just didn't blaze any new ground, and sorry about the fire pun, but it was fairly typical even if it was well done. So, should you watch it? Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty solid flick even if it's not going to show you something that you haven't seen before. A little while later, on April 17th, we have an unusual entry with Watcher in the Woods. And oh yes, that says Walt Disney. This was a Walt Disney production, and the story with this one is crazy. It was directed by John Hoff, who had done a number of Disney productions, including the Witch Mountain movies, which I would love to do a timeline on at some point. But he also made the weird sci-fi action flick Biggles Adventure in Time, which I just love. And have other people seen this movie? And The Howling Part 4. It stars Bette Davis's eyes and oh yeah, the whole rest of her too, and Lindsay Wallace and the Queen of the Ice Castles, and that reference is basically just for my sister. After this family move into a big gothic mansion, and there's tension right away, including their creepy guest house resident, and then there's something in the woods, watching. It's right there in the title. Soon there's optical effects in the forest, and the revelation that young Jan is the spitting image of Mrs. Aylwood's daughter that disappeared years ago. There's then a series of life-endangering accidents as it seems that someone has it out for the kids, and a series of beautiful set pieces as they try to find out just what happened to Karen. It gets pretty wild and eventually involves eclipses and interdimensional beings, but it's not nearly as wild as the behind the scenes. First of all, the ending was completely reshot since it originally featured an appearance by the Watcher itself and was a giant bug-looking thing that's both a pretty cool practical effect as well as being something that appears to have wandered in from a different movie. Like, it was this slow burn haunted house kind of movie, and then suddenly they're being transported to Krypton or something. It's a really weird tonal shift, and here's where it gets wild. They released the film incomplete. The effects weren't done, so they had to make a second since it was rushed out in order to coincide with Bette Davis's 50th anniversary as an actor, missing the entire interdimensional stuff. So it was just Jan disappearing and then reappearing later with Karen, so it made very little sense. Because of this, the film had a huge backlash, with critics tearing it apart and audiences being very upset over being shown an unfinished film. Disney ended up pulling the film from theaters after 10 days and replaced it with a re-release of Mary Poppins. They then went back and reshot the ending, now with young Ellie basically walking in and explaining what was going on to make it more coherent, and eliminating the alien and the other world. But the only thing was that they did it without Hoff and brought in an uncredited Vincent Macabre to shoot the ending and an alternate intro. Davis wasn't available as well, so they had to reshoot her scenes apart from everyone else, which is why she doesn't interact with anyone. Because of this, the film petered out at the box office. It made $40,000 in its first 10-day run, and when it was re-released a year later in '81 with the new ending, it managed a mere $5 million on a $9 million budget. Over time, though, it's garnered a cult following and even had a remake in 2017 with Angelica Houston that was directed by Melissa Joan Hart. My rating here is a 3. It's pretty enjoyable and really pretty to look at, but it's a little empty, and even the toned down finale still feels a little out of place. Its cultural significance is at a 2 since it's not really extremely groundbreaking, but the backstory of the film has helped it stand out more, but it's lessened by never really deciding if it wants to be a horror film or not. Should you watch it? Oh, hell yeah. It's not great, but it's kind of fun to see Disney, with a solid budget, trying their hand at something a little more adult-oriented in that era.
But where is Karen?
On that same date in Italy, Lamberto Bava's Macabre was released, although it didn't get an American theatrical run until 1983, and this was one of Bava's first films before he would go on to make the Demons series. It's set in New Orleans, and Jane here is cheating on her husband, so her daughter drowns her brother in the tub. I mean, kids will be kids, right? But then, on the way home, her lover is railed. A year later, she's left her husband and moved into dead Fred's place, so like between the beginning of the movie and this, just know that Jane does not make good choices. She makes a shrine to her guy, getting a little crazy pants, and things get uncomfortable with Fred's blind son who lives there as well. Then commences a wild game of cat and mouse between Jane, Robert, Jane's daughter, and let's just say that this one gives a new perspective on the phrase giving head. When it was released here in the States, it was given the title Frozen Terror and only a limited release, and was a moderate success in its home country. Critically, it did pretty well, with most complimenting its visual styling and quirky tone. It's definitely a slow burn though, and certainly not the most action-packed of films, and only shows a percentage of the insanity that would soon be evident in Bava's more well-known films. But it was clear that he learned well from his father, Mario Bava, who was often called the master of Italian horror. Although Lamberto never quite lived up to that, this film is a good indicator that the apple, or in this case, I guess meatball or whatever Italian metaphor I'm trying to make here, didn't fall far from the tree. And meatballs aren't in trees. I don't know, this one got away from me. My rating here is 2.5 tapes because although it's nice to look at, it's a bit of a drag and doesn't quite have the payoff that you would hope. Its HCS is the same since it's the launching point for Lamberto, although it doesn't quite go higher since it's not really what made him a brand name. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. It's cool to see the starting point for Bava's style, and it's a weird, sick little flick. Then on May 8th, our next entry actually showed up on television with The Curse of King Tut's Tomb. It aired on NBC, directed by longtime TV director Philip Laycock. When an archaeological dig uncovers the seal of Necropolis, he takes it to an old acquaintance. Raymond Burr shows up, and I think that he's supposed to be Indian here, like they've darkened his skin a bit and gave him a headdress, but at least he doesn't attempt an accent. They discover the lost tomb of Tutankhamun, and of course there's a curse involved because, yep, it's in the title. But then, Tom Baker shows up. Yes, Tom Baker appears as an Indian man in brownface named Hassan. According to Baker, he shot quite a bit more footage and a great deal of his role was cut. And yeah, maybe that was a good idea. They're besieged by an earthquake, and apparently Ian McShane was hired to play the main character of Carter here, but right before filming was in a car wreck and broke his leg, causing them to replace him with Robin Ellis. And man, is this one slow. Even for a TV movie, it's a bit of a drag with everything taking forever to happen. Plus, if you're holding out hopes for some classic mummy action, you're gonna be disappointed. It's called The Curse of King Tut's Tomb, not The Mummy Who Lives There. What's my rating? It's just 1.5 stars because honestly, there's just nothing to it. And its significance, not much higher. It doesn't really add anything new, do anything new, or, well, much of anything really at all, so it gets a 1 there. Should you watch it? Only if you're a Tom Baker completionist.
My name is Hassan. Sir, I wish to be your new number 1.
May 9th was a busy day for horror, with our first theatrical release being Beyond Evil. This one was directed by Herb Fried, who directed a handful of films, with Graduation Day being probably his most prominent one, and we get newlyweds Linda Day, George from Pieces, and Nancy's dad, who are moving to the Philippines. But when their place isn't quite ready yet, they have to stay in the Casa Fortuna, an old mansion that, guess what, is reported to be haunted. Of course, its previous inhabitants were a witch and her husband who killed each other, but Alma's spirit still lurks, and she has green, spooky eyes. She starts to hold sway over Barbara and begins doing evil deeds like running this car off the road and making it explode in midair instead of when it crashes, like what happens here. There's crane accidents, balcony accidents, and oh boy, this one is also pretty damn slow. But with all the possession stuff and the accidents, it feels like they're going for an Omen ripoff, but it never really comes together. But there are some pretty awesome optical effects going on, like kryptonite I-beams. It didn't really get a substantial theatrical run, only playing for 3 days at only 56 theaters, pulling in around $250,000. It didn't really leave a big mark during release and has sort of been forgotten over time, save for a rare leading man role for Saxon. My rating on this one is 1.5 because it's fairly uneventful save for a few campy moments, and its horror significance is also low, not really offering anything new or suspenseful or impactful. So it's also a 1.5, and the half is for Nancy's dad. Should you watch it? I suppose if you're having some trouble getting to sleep?
Bob, you, me, this whole thing. Why don't we forget it all, huh? What do you say?
On that same day in West Germany, Contamination was released, although it wouldn't get a US release until a year later in 1981. This one was directed by Luigi Cozzi, who was responsible for that 1977 Italian version of Godzilla, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, I highly recommend seeking it out, because as confused as you are right now, that is nothing compared to how confused you're gonna be after you see it. This one's a weird cross between a horror film, a sci-fi flick, and a spy thriller, as a team exploring a ship that drifted into New York Harbor encounters a batch of weird eggs that, when exploded, caused the people nearby to explode from within. And you know, if I had a nickel for every Italian horror film from 1980 that begins with a ghost ship drifting into New York Harbor, well, I mean, I only have 2 nickels, but it's still weird that it happens twice. It was made in the wake of Alien, and the intention was to make something similar, but on Earth. But with the eggs and a big alien. This one was another one that caught the attention of the whole video nasty phenomenon and wasn't available for a while in the UK. Meanwhile, in the US, in order to cash on its similarities to Alien, it was released as Alien Contamination, and apparently also Toxic Spawn. And apparently the original shooting title was Alien Arrives on Earth. Godsend wanted to use several actors from Zombie 2, but ultimately only featured Ian McCullough as an astronaut who went to Mars in some very familiar looking shots. And this one will also be notable to me as being the film I saw when I was really young but never really knew what it was, and I'd only ever seen this one scene of a giant alien eating a person through some sort of elephant trunk looking thing. I didn't know what the movie was, but seeing it was fairly traumatic, and it wasn't until much later that I finally saw the film, and I just completely lit up when I realized I was finally solving a mystery of what that film was. This did fairly well, but didn't really set the scene on fire, but is fairly well remembered. And my rating is a solid 3 because it is a fun, entertaining, yet very tonally confusing little movie. that's a bit of a mess. Its HCS is a 2.5 because it's more known as a ripoff than anything else, but has some video nasty cred and that kick-ass goblin score. Should you watch it? Yes, you definitely should. You should see what traumatized me as a child. Then, of course, on May 9th, another movie came out that changed the whole direction of the decade, and it was Friday the 13th. Directed by Sean S. Cunningham, the film was an attempt to capitalize on the success of John Carpenter's Halloween, but instead of an unseen stalker coming after suburban teenage babysitters, instead the location was moved to a summer camp as an unseen stalker comes after rural teenage camp counselors. It dips into the tropes that had already been established for the genre so far, with POV shots of the killer and a majority of murders happening immediately after the victims have had sex. It featured a starring role for a then unknown Kevin Bacon, maxing out that blue Speedo there, and featured some of the earlier work of special effects legend Tom Savini. Contrary to popular opinion, to the point that it was a featured bit of dialogue in the movie Scream, the killer of the movie was not Jason and was in fact his mother, Pamela Voorhees. Jason isn't even really in the movie unless you count the stinger at the end, which wasn't even a part of the script, and the film, as originally written, didn't contain Jason at all and simply ended with Alice on the lake. The introduction of the deformed child Jason was a decision made on set, with some accounts saying it was Savini's idea, although it's apparently been disputed. The role of Pamela was filled by the only recognizable name at the time, Betsy Palmer, who at that point was mostly known for wholesome, motherly roles. The success of the film had a big impact on her career, one that she greatly resented at first but grew to embrace before her passing in 2015. Friday was actually an independent film, but was picked up for distribution pretty quickly by Paramount after a bidding war for the film between them, Warner Brothers, and United Artists, which kind of makes me wonder what the franchise would have looked like if one of those other studios had won. It went on to be hugely successful, of course, bringing in $60 million worldwide, which was a pretty big feat at that point for a horror film, and an international release was pretty unusual for an independent film. At the time, it was, well, not well regarded. Critics crapped on it, even though they liked the performances, loved that score with its standout cha-cha-cha, ah, but otherwise disregarded it as violent trash. Obviously, other films like Halloween came first and popularized slasher films, but film scholars have often pegged Friday as really boosting the genre into the cultural mainstream and influencing dozens and dozens of imitators. My rating of this one is a 4. I can't rate it lower because it's set the bar and established the franchise, but I'll admit that it's not my favorite F-13 film, nor is it the best. You've gotta love it though. Its horror cultural significance is a straight up 5. It's one of the biggest in the game and paved the way for so many others that followed. There's no way that this isn't one of the 5s. And finally, should you watch it? You already did. I doubt you'd be watching this if you haven't. But if by chance you have not seen this one, you should. Like, tonight.
Then he's still there.
First up, we have to go back to one that we missed originally, but back on January 18th. Let's check out Windows, a movie that hovers between being horror and a thriller, but I figure that it's important to include it. It was directed by Gordon Willis, one of the most acclaimed cinematographers in the business. This is the man who shot the Godfather series, pretty much all of Woody Allen's more noted films, and was nominated for multiple Oscars. This was his directorial debut and was actually the only film that he would direct. It has Yo Adrian, and she's attacked in her apartment by a man who forces her to make moaning sounds while he records it. Her neighbor Andrea comforts her afterwards, and Emily is traumatized enough to move, and it turns out that somehow Andrea has that recording. The creeper returns as she's moving out, and Andrea is coincidentally there, and she saves her. She tries to work her way into Emily's life, but her cat knows the deal. Trust the cats. She's also pursued by the police officer on her case, which is also a little sketchy, like there's a professionalism line, my man. And this was actually the first studio film release of the 1980s and is somewhat notorious for a couple of reasons. First of all, it being the only directing job of Willis gives it a little extra cred, and he made it pretty clear that he wasn't happy with it, calling it a mistake. He never took up the chair again because he simply didn't like it and claimed to like cinematography more, since he could just show up, shoot the film, and then disconnect as opposed to having to work and interact with the actors and their performances. The film was also lambasted for a number of reasons. It was picketed by a number of gay activists as being a negative portrayal of a lesbian character, because keep in mind that this was during an era in cinema in which there were very few gay roles on screen, and as would be the case with the more crime-oriented thriller just 1 month later, Cruising, they somehow only managed to be shown as psychopathic killers. It didn't do well at the box office and was savaged by critics, with Roger Ebert calling it a compilation of every 2-bit cliche and an embarrassment, as well as also racking up a bunch of Razzie nominations. My ranking on this one is 2 tapes. It's a pretty lackluster, dull film, and it deserved all the scorn that it received, and I would have given it 1 tape, but damn does it look pretty. Willis certainly knew how to make New York look magical. Its horror cultural significance is 2.5, and I was a bit torn here because it doesn't really add much to the genre and is just a bunch of tropes. But with it being the only directing gig of a film legend and a controversy that is stirred up, it has a little more distinct place in movie history. Should you watch it? I'd skip it. It looks nice, but that's really about it. The next entry came out in early 1980, but the exact date isn't exactly known, and it's the Long Island Cannibal Massacre. This super early low-budget splatterfest is from Nathan Schiff, who shot a handful of low-budget tales back in the 80s, and this was made for around $900 and was shot completely on 8mm film. I feel like the meaning of that is a little lost nowadays, but it was considered a really crappy and cheap format. Basically, think of a 35mm film negative, like the kind that you used to get with your pictures back when they would get developed. That's the size of most mainstream films. There was a cheaper, smaller format called 16mm that was about half the size of that. The original Evil Dead was shot on 16mm, which is why even on the highest end 4K version, it still looks pretty grainy. 8mm was half the size of that even, and looks like, well, this. It starts with a young lady rather creatively being killed by a lawnmower by a guy with a sack on his head a year before Jason would appear in Friday 2, but after The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Our first dialogue is amazing.
Hey, what are you thinking about?
Oh, nothing much. I was just imagining how twisted this world really is.
Come on now, everybody feels that way one time or another.
Yeah, but you don't have to live with it.
It's called Long Island Cannibal Massacre, and everyone sure as hell has the accent. And when there's more murders, the guy who owns the beach has to cover it up. And this guy, I don't understand what's happening here. This guy just walks out into the ocean with all of his clothes on. Turns out that there's a whole thing going on, and that boat guy was Detective James Cameron, and the character having that name is probably the absolute closest this one will ever come to an Oscar. And Cameron smokes cigars, wears a trench coat, and drives a Trans Am because that's what 17-year-old kids think is cool. Because, oh yeah, Schiff made this film when he was 17 years old. And I know right now you're looking at this footage and saying, this just looks like cheap garbage, and it is, but oh my god, this is about 50 times better than I would expect a feature film made in 1980 by a 17-year-old kid would be. So yeah, there's this group of lepers who are killing people and eating them, and the ending of this one is pretty over the top insane and takes some rather bizarre twists and caps it all off with a chainsaw battle with the mutant leader, Papa. I know I'm gonna get flack for this, but my rating here is 3.5 because this is precisely the type of trash that I love. Cheaply made, silly gore, and an over-the-top attitude. It's not for everyone, but it's for me. Its HCS is lower though at 2 tapes since it's notable for being an earlier, lower budget gore fest of the 80s, but it's not particularly known or impactful. Should you watch it? I think so. It's silly and fun and gritty, and if you ask me, it's what we watch bad 80s horror for in the first place.
You know, if you think about it long enough, with all the right conceptions and configurations, you may be shocked to realize that it all means we're in for one hell of an apocalypse.
On March 28th in Australia, another one that toes the line of genre arrived with Harlequin, which wasn't released in the US until 1984 under the title Dark Forces. This was directed by Simon Windsor, who has a really wild filmography. He's directed a bunch of TV, including some of the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, but did several family-friendly films like Operation Dumbo Drop, Daryl, but then also handled the failed franchise launcher The Phantom, and then this film. It's got a creepy clown and senator whose son is very sick with leukemia, but then this dude with an astounding sartorial sentence just shows up, heals him, and then vanishes. He reappears with the boy saying he came through the TV, and I guess this was supposed to be a sort of retelling of the story of Rasputin? The senator's last name is Rast, which is Tsar spelled backwards, and their names, Nick, Sandra, and Alex, are all named after members of the House of Romanov, which was the last imperial Russian dynasty. The magic man's name is Gregory, which was Rasputin's first name as well, and in history, the actual Rasputin, a monk, seemingly cured the Tsar's son of hemophilia, and then was brought on as a sort of a confidant of the royal court. Because of this, he was eventually assassinated. And here, Gregory cures Alex of his disease and is brought into the family, and interestingly, the lead role was written specifically for David Bowie to play, and he almost took the role, but for some reason, it didn't happen. The boys start displaying supernatural abilities, and Gregory sometimes appears as this cross between Sigmund Freud and Woody Allen, and other times this fab getup, and yeah, it's clear how this was meant for Bowie, and it doesn't seem very horror until he uses a cymbal to slice a dove in half, and then a girl burns her face up in an acid accident. But is he the real deal, or a scam artist? Things escalate by the ending, and this is a stretch to call horror, I know, but it fits enough and it's a fun little oddity, so it's included. My rating for it is a 3 because I enjoy it and there's some really cool stuff going on here, but it's never really engaging, and I just kept wanting to go a bit further, although it does essentially turn into an unstoppable slasher flick in like the last 5 minutes. Its horror cultural significance is very low though, at a 1.5, because again, it's barely horror, and it's not really remembered terribly well, although I imagine it really would have been with David freaking Bowie in the lead. Should you watch it? I think so. You're not going to be bowled over, but I guarantee that you'll be entertained. There was also Dracula's Last Rites, or I guess just Last Rites, and this also came out in March, but the actual date is unconfirmed, and it was directed by Dominic Paris, but this would be his only film of note. He directed a few other things, but nothing that really stood out. It starts with a crash during a drag race, and the drivers die, so they head to A. Lucard's funeral home, and was there ever a time that name was clever? Like, did anyone see that name and not realize within like 3 seconds what it was hinting at? Turns out that the funeral home is full of vamps, and man, does this girl have a lot of metal fillings. So when the Fonda mother dies, Lucard makes every effort to get his hands on her, although they want to have her wake at home. And it seems like the bad doc has already bitten her, so it's important that they retrieve the body to stake it before she rises as a vampire. Oh, and by the way, when you think of Dracula, you think of some of the better and charming and imposing depictions of the character like Lugosi, Lee, and hell, even Hamilton. But in this film, you get this guy. Of course, Mom rises and you get the added situation of Ted and Marie trying to find her body, thinking Lucard stole it, and Lucard trying to find her as well, and oh boy, shenanigans ensue. Or at least you'd think that they would. Instead, things just kind of plod along. And of course, the sheriff is a co-conspirator, and oh, I guess these vampires walk in the daylight as well, just not direct sunlight, and yeah, not much happens. But at least there's some cool shot of creepy vamp lady, and things finally pop off in like the last 15 minutes, but it's a bit of a drag getting there. My rating here is 2 tapes because there's not much that happens here, but at least when stuff does happen, it's pretty fun. Like there's a handful of really entertaining scenes. Its cultural impact is only a 1.5 though, since it wasn't that successful on release and has mostly been forgotten, although the box cover was one that stood out at the time, so it gets the half star mainly for that. Should you watch it? Not particularly. There's nothing new and it doesn't add much, and I think I've shown all the best parts in the clips here. Next up is another one with a bit of an iffy release date, but we know that it was in the early part of 1980, and it's Terror on Tour. This was directed by Don Edmonds, who had one hell of a varied career. He started in acting, appeared on various TV shows in the 60s, then switched to directing in the 70s, where he helmed a couple of the Ilsa movies, including the infamous She-Wolf of the SS. And then later on, he moved into producers and co-produced True Romance. This one follows a band called The Clowns, who are sort of a ripoff of Kiss, and were played by a real-life band called The Names. They have this manager named Tim, and he may look somewhat familiar because this is the debut role of the guy who much later on became known as the Soup Nazi. Someone who dresses up like a member of the band is murdering people backstage, and then there's lots of random backstage footage, and if it seems like there's not much happening, it's because this entire film was shot in 7 days, so several scenes are kind of padded out for extra time. It's kind of a murder mystery, like which of the identical members of the band could this be? And during some of the party scenes, you'll catch a few shots of this guy in a pink leotard having a ball, and this is one of the only other film appearances of the legendary John Wintergate, writer-director of the film designated as the first horror film to be shot on video, Boarding House. Some scenes are classics.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. Forget it.
All I said was hi.
But there's also a lot of just hanging around talking. There's red herrings abound, but the actual culprit might be a little easy to figure out. And there's musical numbers, including this song that is clearly not Beth.
We shared our love together, forever and ever together.
A good portion of the final act is a sort of a concert, or at least the tunes are playing in the background, and I dig them. And oh man, this is a rough rating, but I have to go with 2 tapes because I want to like this one more than I do, because I like the rock band setting and the concert stuff is fun, but wow, is the middle portion of this movie a drag. There's nothing to it. I wish I could find the soundtrack or something though, because that's pretty cool. Its significance is pretty low, and I'm gonna give it a 1 since it's not really known like at all. It's a blip on the radar of the era, but I'll give it a little credit for being an early rock horror film. Should you watch it? Sadly, you can kind of skip it. I want to recommend it, but honestly, I'm just not sure I can, in good conscience. Next up is a release from May 15th, 1980, and it's Patrick Still Lives, and it did not get a mainstream release in the US, and the May release date was for Italy only. It starts off with Patrick here getting hit on the head and going into a coma, and people arriving to his house under mysterious circumstances. This one was from Italian director Mario Landi, and this was his final film before his death in 1992. Based on the fact that it's about a man in a coma with mysterious abilities named Patrick and called Patrick Still Lives, it's pretty easy to assume that it's a sequel to the 1978 Australian film called Patrick. And you're part right. You see, in Italy, copyright laws work differently, and you can make sequels to pretty much whatever you want, creating an entire army of unofficial sequels, with Zombie 2 being the most famous example, but they also had Alien 2, there was Terminator 2, and of course, Patrick 2. It actually has no link whatsoever to the film that it takes the title from, and you could watch it completely on its own, since it's basically just another story about a psychic coma killer named Patrick. And let me tell you, if you've seen one, you've seen, well, okay, you haven't seen one like this one. Unlike the Aussie take, which was a simple and low-key film whose biggest impropriety was a nurse giving Coma Boy an under-the-covers handy, this one goes all out with the sleaze, with a couple of characters who spend the majority of the time sans clothing and burnt up bodies that you can just sort of see if they just focus, and it just gets crazier and crazier and more over the top. And the gore quotient increases, and just when you think it's maxed out its slimy levels, it gives you one of the most over-the-top death sequences in film history. Patrick hovers this metal poker and aims to impale this woman, and he does, but does so in a very, Evil Dead tree kind of way, until it goes all the way through her, and it's all shown. It's extremely grotesque. And the actress, Mariangela Giordano, regrets doing it, calling it disgusting, and admits the only reason she did it was because her boyfriend, Gabriele Crisanti, who was the producer, convinced her. It pushes the level of becoming just borderline pornography by the end, and yeah, it's just this weird oddball flick that doesn't make any sense, but is kind of entertaining anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and give this one 2 tapes out of 5 here. It's a little dull and weird and off-putting at times, but it has an odd charm. And it's interesting to watch it just keep descending further and further into sleaze. Its horror cultural significance I'm also gonna give as a 2, since it's not very impactful, but has a certain place due to its unofficial knockoff status and that one extremely memorable death scene. Just one day later, on May 16th, we get our next entry, Humanoids from the Deep, which was also released as Monster, and it was directed by Barbara Peters, who had been working with Roger Corman for a while, and this was her first foray into horror, and was also her last, since after this she went into directing television for a while before moving into the commercial world. It features Doug McClure, who, yes, was partially the inspiration for The Simpsons' Troy McClure, and also the man that John Landis killed. This one has a bunch of mysterious animal killings, and then there's the humanoids from the title, coming up from the deep of the title to attack and kill men, and attack and assault the women. Now here's the thing, when the film was complete, Corman took a look and felt like the death scenes were great, but that the rape scenes were all too tame, and asked Peters to spice them up. She refused, so he asked James Spartalotti, the second unit director, to go in and shoot some additional, more graphic material. Corman then didn't show this footage to anyone, and Peters didn't see it until the first screening of the film, which obviously really upset her, and she asked to have her name removed from the film, which Roger would only do if she paid to have the credits redone. She didn't, so her name stayed on, and she never worked with Corman again. Besides that, This film is known for a few other major things. One is the score by a young James Horner, one of his very first films in just a few years before he'd start making a bigger name for himself on Star Trek II, before going on to become one of the most well-known composers in film, winning 2 Oscars and being nominated for 6 more. The other thing are those creatures, the humanoids themselves, which were created by Rob Bottin early in his career and just 2 years before making some of the most jaw-dropping creature effects of all time in The Thing. Extra little detail is that under one of the monster suits is also Steve Johnson, who would go on to his own level of special effects fame. Oh yeah, it's also famous for this truck crash, which goes off a bridge and just randomly explodes for some reason. It's been reused in at least 4 or 5 other Corman flicks, including The Nest, Raptor, Cheerleader Massacre, and Sorceress 2. There's not really any box office detail, but the film was pretty successful and remains a pretty well-remembered part of Corman's catalog. It even received a made-for-TV remake in 1996 that removed a bunch of the gore and sex elements. I give this one a 3.5 because it's a pretty wild little monster mash that even Peters now looks back on with some joy, calling it a fun little movie. Its HCS is a 4 due to its controversy and early contributions from Bottin and Horner. Next up is a movie that I swear is a horror movie, although the title seems like this movie could be on a different sort of list, and it's Blowjob, which released on May 17th and was directed by Alberto Cavallone, who was mostly known as an erotic film director with earlier hardcore works, but by this point had strictly transitioned into softcore films. This has a couple behind on their rent and about to be kicked out, and they witness their upstairs neighbor fall from her window. And Stefano's so classy that when he calls it in, he makes sure to tell the landlord not to charge them for the window. They skip out on their bill and head to a racetrack where they meet a mysterious woman who gives them tips that pay off. She tags along with them and things get steamy pretty quickly, and they eventually end up at her villa where more strange things start to occur. And here's the thing, contrary to the title, which I guess also was called Blowjob Sophio Erotico, which I looked up and I guess translates to erotic whiff? Sure. Anyway, contrary to the very porny title, there's no graphic sex scenes in this film. Sure, there's nudity, plenty of it, but the film was released as a 78-minute unrated softcore film. However, there's conflicting stories here, but there seemingly was a hardcore version in existence, although reports about it differ. Cavallone states that there's a version with a single scene, the act of the title, in there at one point. The producer, however, states that there's a version out there, made for the French market, that contained additional hardcore scenes, but no prints of these seem to exist. The version I have is the standard unrated one, and there's a story that the more graphic edition is no longer in circulation because the prints may have been confiscated by authorities, although again, there doesn't seem to be any actual evidence of that, so who knows? Interestingly, the lead actress playing the character of Diana is Andrea Bellafiore, who also starred in Patrick Still Lives, and I wonder if there's some sort of meter to measure which film she retains her clothes on for longer out there. My rating on this one is a 2.5. It's not very good, and it's a little on the boring side of things, but I kind of dug it anyway. It had a weird, surreal, hypnotic quality to it that's at least somewhat interesting to watch. Its HCS is lower though, since it's not really well remembered. It doesn't really add anything to the genre, so it's just a 1. It's not even one that people are really aware of, and let's face it, with that title, most people assume it's not horror anyway. Should you watch it? I think so. There's some weird and cool stuff going on. It's not great or anything, but there's some things here that are worthwhile. Let's dip into one more entry that doesn't have a concrete release date, and it's Island Claws. And here's the thing, I hesitated about putting this one on here because technically it wasn't really released in 1980, in that it was made in 1980 and possibly screened in local theaters, but was never officially given any sort of distribution. In fact, They couldn't find a distributor for it, and Island Claws sat on a shelf for 4 years and was dumped onto late night TV in 1984, where it got the title Night of the Claw. So there's this lab down in Florida, and a nearby nuclear plant has an accident, of course, and this crew is doing stuff with crabs, and the dialogue is so natural.
Look, is there any possibility that the water from the plant might cause some kind of harmful consequences in the future?
No, not a chance.
But just suppose that our science and technology aren't as advanced as we like to think they are.
Oh, sweetheart, do you think I'd risk you or anyone living around here?
This movie was directed by Hernan Cardenas, and he also partially wrote it and produced it, and was the only thing he did in his entire film career. We meet the oddball assortment of locals, and pretty soon the Crabbies are getting bigger, start attacking, even though this guy basically does himself in, although I'm not sure why he just didn't leave the trailer as soon as the fire started. The door was right there. They find a giant shell fragment, like really big, and they don't panic. And if you've ever watched crabs in real life, you know that they're not exactly speedy animals. And that's the case here, since they sure do take their time to show up. At around the 45-minute mark, we finally get a full-on crab attack, but it doesn't really do much. And this whole thing feels like the script for a 50s sci-fi giant monster feature, but I don't think it was meant as a throwback. It's weird that this is featured so closely to humanoids, because there's a similar classic horror vibe going on, and yet this film feels like it was made 2 decades earlier. The best actor in this film is this dog pretending to be attacked by the crab. We don't get to see the big guy until around an hour and 10 minutes in, and reportedly this film cost around $4 million, and $1 million of that went to this boy right here. And he's pretty cool looking, but the film certainly could have used a bit more of him. I'm giving this one 2.5 stars because it's lightweight and fairly enjoyable at times and feels like a fun nostalgia film, but at others, it's just a bit of a drag and you're waiting for something to happen. Its cultural significance is lower at a 1.5 because it's another one that just isn't talked about much and didn't really give us something new. The extra 0.5 is for the giant crab, which is a cool effect. Should you watch it? I mean, I would, if only for the finale with the big boy.
Okay, can you remember if she said crab or crabs?
Okay, here we go. The big one. 1 week later, on May 23rd, we saw the release of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. In case you're not familiar, this is an adaptation of Stephen King's Play With It. Forever. And ever. And ever. My rating here is 5 tapes, no doubt. I love this one. It's haunted me all my life, and every time I watch it, I get something new out of it. It's a masterpiece and is one of only a handful of movies I would give the full 5 to. Its significance is 4.5 since it's become one of the most iconic and discussed films in all of horror. Between Nicholson's lines, Red Rum, the twins, well, everything, everyone knows about this one and its mark is indisputable. The only thing that stops it from being a 5 here is the fact that it wasn't immediately accepted and only gained its reputation over time. Should you watch it? That's not even a question. The actual question is, how many times will you watch it?
But you...
Our next stop on the journey is a weird one since it doesn't have a set release date, but it played in several theaters across the US in June, and it's Effects. This one has an interesting story since it was shot in 1978, but played a few small theaters during 1979 and early 80, but then had a very limited run in theaters in June. It was filmed in my hometown of Pittsburgh with an assortment of Romero's team and focuses on a low-budget filmmaker, and the director seems to have some sinister ulterior motives. Rhodes is here in a different turn as a pretty likable cameraman, and Savini's here like you've never seen him before, with an umbrella on his head. The director is played by John Harrison, who is actually a director and worked with Romero a lot and then struck out on his own. He did that Dune miniseries that had William Hurt in it and the Tales from the Dark Side movie. Turns out that Lacey is obsessed with snuff films and he's attempting to make his own. It takes a while to get anywhere, but near the end it's a big question of who's involved and who just thinks they're making a regular movie. But what's more interesting is the fact that this one played those theaters back in 1980 and then just sort of vanished. It remained unreleased for over 20 years, and it wasn't until 2005 that it finally got a home release and given a new transfer, finally getting it out there for people to see. My rating on this one is a 1.5, since I have to say, it's kinda just dull and there's not much new or interesting happening. The horror cultural significance is a little higher though, at a 2.5, since it features that early work by Pilato and Savini and even has the Savini effects. I almost gave it a 3, but considering it was lost for 25 years, it's hard to say that it had that sort of a significance. Should you watch it? Yeah, even though it's not great, it's still worth checking out for Romero fans as sort of an oddball side story. On a more concrete note, we do have a precise date for this next one, and it's June 1st for The Alien Dead. It only played a few theaters in '80 before basically just sitting on a shelf somewhere until it was released on video in 1985. And this one had a very special place in my heart because I guess this was one of the very first horror VHS titles that I had, and it was in my collection for a really, really long time. It's the second effort from B-movie schlockmeister Fred Olen Ray, and man, has that guy put out some fun, crappy movies that I'm sure will all be covered here. It had a budget of $12,000, and $2,000 of that went to the OG Buck Rogers Buster Crabbe as the town sheriff. There's something in the swamp, and there's zombie attacks, and it looks like it all stems back to some houseboat that sunk there. The zombies are kinda cool masks, and pretty soon there's a bunch of them, although the makeup quality varies, and there's some fun low budget effects like this guy who's clearly been eaten and isn't just buried under the leaves there. And I love this because what are they saying? That the zombies ate all of the lower half of him, like bones and all, and his pants? These zombies use weapons and swim, and everyone in town thinks the killings are the fault of rogue gators and head out to hunt them. And a fun little behind the scenes story is that this was never supposed to be about zombies in the first place. Ray had intended to make a sort of remake or sequel of some sort of Attack of the Giant Leeches, but realized that he didn't quite have the budget to make the leech costumes, and it would be far cheaper to just make people into zombies. Turns out that these undead have a weakness when it comes to tiny combs though. I mean, he's clearly holding that there, and we saw how long it was. It's not even really near the top of his head. My rating here is 2 tapes because although I enjoy a little FOR, this one's a bit on the boring side, and I would wish for a little more fun happening. And I have to confess, even though I had the video with me for years and years, I probably only watched it like twice. Its HCS is a bit higher at 2.5 for being an early 80s low-budget zombie flick, being one of Ray's first films, and also for being one of the very last films of Buster Crabbe. Should you watch it? I think so. It's not great, but it's not unwatchable or anything. Just give it a shot.
That's totally absurd.
That's what I used to say.
Well, what do you say now?
I say it's silly. I don't like big words.
Also on June 1st, we got the release of Demented, the first and only film from director Arthur Jeffries, which starts with a woman being assaulted by a group of guys, and the experience causes her to be institutionalized. Her husband is played by Harry Reams, legendary 70s porn star, and oddly, along with To All a Good Night, this is the second mainstream horror film that he's appeared in 1980. Upon her release, Linda goes home, but she's having some troubles adjusting, envisioning her attackers while hubby is cheating on her. One night while Matt is visiting his mistress, some local teens decide to play a prank on Linda by breaking into her house and scaring her. She has a hard time dealing with things, and Matt's all like, oh honey, just get over it. Like no worries, come on, grow up. It was just a bunch of dudes brutally assaulting you. Just like, get better, all right? And this is a total sidebar and has nothing to do with this movie in particular, but the version that I have, the copy I have, has a cigarette burn at around the 50-minute mark, which is weird because those should only be on film negatives and reels, and you don't often see them on home versions of films. Cigarette burns were marks on film reels that used to tell the projectionist that the reel was almost done and to get ready to change it over, a process that went out of fashion with digital projections and automated machines. It's nothing big, but it's just the first time I had physically seen one in a while. So the teens up their antics, but Linda's ready for them and goes mad. Is that what they're calling it? I mean, this kid broke into her house, went into her bed, and mounted her, and so she stabbed him. I'm not sure that her actions are really that inflammatory, are they? And here's where things take a turn, because the other teens are still there, and Linda turns the tables on them and begins her own form of torment. And this one takes a bit of time to get going, but does actually start to rev up the insanity in the last 20 minutes or so. It maybe takes too long to get there, and this one was made for a pretty low cost, but didn't really gain any traction, and several distributors, including 20th Century Fox, passed on the film because of Reams in the lead. They didn't want to be seen as promoting a film with a porn star, even if his role is actually fairly minor, and of course doesn't contain any hardcore activities. My rating on this one is a 2 because although it does get pretty wild in the finale, it's just too much of a slog to get there. Its cultural significance is only a 1 because it's fairly unknown and doesn't really cover any new grounds or have any notable stars to boost it up. Should you watch it? I'd say no. I mean, it's not awful and it's not worth watching, but it's not exactly one to seek out either. I'd say that if you do watch it, just skip to the end for some wild stuff. We go now to June 6th and the release of The Children, although its actual release date seems to be in question. Although IMDb shows it coming out on June 13th, Wikipedia shows a more staggered release, the first screening in Tucson on June 6th and premiering elsewhere around the country later in the year. It starts with a problem at a chemical plant, resulting in this yellow cloud stinking up the air. A school bus with 5 kids in it goes through the cloud and the children go missing. Sheriff Billy starts looking for them and the score at times sounds familiar. If it sounds like we're suddenly at Crystal Lake, it's because the music was all done by none other than Harry Manfredini. He did the score for this film first, actually, and then used some of the concepts in his work for Friday the 13th. But since that was released first, this is the film that sounds like it's ripping the other off. And it's not really a ripoff anyway, since it's the same composer. Anyway, the kids reappear, now with black fingernails, and when they touch you, you melt. They start working their nefarious ways across the town, including this kid with this mushroom-style cut, and I'm pretty sure I had this haircut when I was a kid, and I don't really think that they give these anymore. Was this mushroom head look thing just a 70s, 80s thing? They mostly just stand there with their arms out looking for a hug, and most people are pretty happy to just jump on in there, but then they find little Janet, who was on the bus but doesn't seem quite zombified yet since her nails aren't black. But oh no, just like that, she's ready for a My Chemical Romance concert. It's interesting because a pretty lengthy middle stretch of this film is fairly unimpressive, but throw in that Manfredini score and the tension just skyrockets. The kids are bulletproof and there's some surprising character deaths and shock turns, and if you're not super comfortable with kid characters dying, I'd probably stay away from this one. When it was released, it was savaged by critics who called it despicable and ugly, and it didn't really leave a big mark on the horror world. My rating here is going to be a 2.5. There's some fun stuff going on, although there's too many long gaps in between the action. Its significance is going to be a 2, as it's a pretty run-of-the-mill standard horror flick, although that great score boosts it a bit, and the nerve of having your main villain be a group of little kids. Should you watch it? I think so, again for that Manfredini music, and it is interesting enough to recommend. Also on June 13th, we had The Island, and I can't believe this is the first time I'm watching this. Do you know how many times this box cover stared at me when I was younger? This is described as an action thriller horror film. Does it belong on the 80s project? Yep. So there's a series of killings on the seas, so Hoagie has to investigate as a journalist. He takes his kid and they stop at a gun shop.
Say, son, what's your favorite firearm?
And the kid really wants him to buy a t-shirt for the gun range.
Next, I'll have t-shirts for funerals.
They tried. There wasn't enough stock to keep up. The killings continue, handed out by these flaming-headed guys, and they're happening in the Bermuda Triangle area. They're in a plane crash, and this was actually based on a book of the same name by Peter Benchley, writer of Jaws, and he wrote the screenplay himself. And while the boys are out fishing, they're soon attacked. They're taken back to an island and discover that they're now captives of a group of pirates, including Sark, and I want to point out that the day that I watched this movie for this video is sadly the day that David Warner passed on, and it made me appreciate his performance all the more, because no matter the movie, doesn't matter if it was a good film or straight up trash, if Warner was in it, he elevated it. There's a handful of pretty harsh things in this film, like pinning the kid's eyes open to keep him awake, and they keep them alive for breeding purposes to allay their inbreeding issues. So this one was actually directed by Michael Ritchie, who had quite a few films of note, both in the genre and out. He made the original Bad News Bears and its sequel, but also did the hilarious Student Bodies, and then the Fletch films, and Eddie Murphy's The Golden Child. His later career was comedy heavy, including Cool Runnings, and he passed away back in 2001. The Island was pretty unsuccessful, costing a pretty hefty $22 million, yet only making back around 16 at the box office. Kane refuses to talk about this one, which is weird because he will talk about Jaws 4, so I guess he holds this movie in lower regards than that one. It was, I guess, one of his infamous paycheck films, and he was actually nominated for a Razzie for the role, as well as Ritchie being nominated for Worst Director. And I have to say, it shifts hard away from the horror elements of the beginning and kind of just becomes a more standard adventure film at the halfway point and ends like an action film. My rating here is 1.5. It is not that good. It's less than 2 hours long and feels like it's about 4, and you could tell that Kane just does not care. The extra half tape is for Warner. Its HCS is a 1 since it's barely horror, and the elements that are horror aren't that impactful. The only reason it gets the full 1 is for the star power involved. Should you watch it? Not unless you're curious to see every Warner performance or something.
Wait!
The following week, on June 20th, The Hearse pulled in. This one was directed by George Bowers, who didn't really direct much, but did quite a few editing jobs, including some high-profile stuff like Buckaroo Banzai. We meet schoolteacher Jane, who is moving out of San Francisco after some trauma and heads to the small town of Blackford. She moves into her late aunt's house, and weird, spooky stuff starts to happen right away. Doors slam on their own, people show up in reflections, Dennis Quaid arrives, who oddly is not credited in the film, and everyone's just kinda creepy with her, including the sheriff. A mysterious black hearse shows up one night but then disappears, as does its mysterious driver, and someone is trying to get into her house at night. She starts to uncover secrets about her aunt's past, and the hearse continues to show, and there's some teens in the town, including little baby Shooter McGavin in his very first film role. The oddest thing about this one is that it was sort of billed as a killer car movie, as there were a small flurry of those around this time, but the hearse of the title seems to feature into the film very little. It's far more of a cult-style picture than anything else, and even throws Porky in there for good measure. And it's a slow burn kind of story, and coincidentally, the second such slow burn horror tale that Trish Van Devere starred in 1980, as she also appeared in The Changeling with her husband George C. Scott. The weird thing about this one is that it's hard to tell what the thing to be worried about is. Is it the hearse? The hearse driver? The ghost stuff that happens in the house? Her new beau? The townspeople? It's a little all over the place and didn't receive the best reviews at the time. And although there's no box office numbers to look at, it was not a hit. My rating on it is pretty low. I give it a 1.5 because frankly, the idea of a slow burn is that things eventually, burn. And this is just too much of a confusing mess with too many elements that don't pay off. Its significance is also low since it's just a retread of several things that came before it with nothing new at all, but I'll give it a 1.5 based upon some of the star power and the first film for Christopher McDonald. Should you watch it? Nah, it's pretty skippable.
Witch! Duh!
Here's one with no definite release date, but it was in the earlier part of 1980, and it's Orgasmo Nero, otherwise known as Sex and Black Magic, from Joe D'Amato, who I've covered a couple of times on the channel, but not enough, considering that in a span of 25 years, he managed to rack up 199 directing credits. And that's not exceptionally weird in today's market with the video quickies, but this was before all that. Hell, he's listed as doing 20 films in 1996 alone. How is that possible? Oh, porn. This one has Helen here, who has some weird tension with her husband's friend, and she goes to visit her hubby while he's on a remote island studying the culture of a group of natives there. Our actress here is Neves Navarro, otherwise known as Susan Scott, and she was a pretty well-known Italian actress who did a series of spaghetti westerns. This part of her career became known as her blue period as she transitioned into doing more erotica. Her husband is actually Richard Harrison, an American actor that didn't really have much success until he went to Italy and became a sensation, starring in a string of gladiator films. Helen meets a native girl and becomes instantly infatuated with her, and they take her back to Italy with them, which breaks a custom of their village. Soon, everyone's cheating on everyone, with plenty of softcore sex scenes that toe the line of full-on porn, leading up to some attempted murder. The majority of the middle of the film is the love triangle stuff, and the black magic of the title doesn't actually come into play until like the last 10 minutes of the movie. My rating on this one is just a 1 since not much happens, and even the erotica stuff it's a little cold. Its significance is also just a 1, as it's just a blip on D'Amato's filmography, and again, is barely horror. Should you watch it? I mean, not unless you're really hard up for some adult entertainment. We go now into July, the 11th to be exact, and it's Monstroid, and it starts by telling us that it's actually a true story that happened back in 1971, and kicks things off with a massive monster attacking a couple. A while later, there's some industrialists trying to put in a new plant there, but the legends of the monster is causing trouble. There's also a newswoman named Patty who's causing trouble by reporting on them, and the local priest is the great John Carradine. And there's also a subplot in which the locals blame the woman who survived the opening attack and call her a witch, because there's a lot going on in this movie. The corporate guy arrives, played by James Mitchum, who never quite reached the level of fame that his father, Robert Mitchum, did. The creature occasionally attacks, and we get brief glimpses of it, including giant clawed hands, and finally its head, and it's pretty damn big, judging from it eating, this Barbie doll. So by now, you've noticed that the quality of this film is extremely suspect, and isn't quite the level as the other films on here. That's because even though this one was released in 1980, it was shot much earlier, possibly as far back as 1971, although it looks like the more likely start date was around 75 or 76. The prolonged shoot time caused several casting issues, and when it was announced in 76, they were promoting it as featuring Doug McClure from Humanoids from the Deep and Keenan Wynn from Orca, and both had to drop from the film after they had so many issues getting it going. They finally completed filming in 1979, but here's the thing, it's credited as being written and directed by Kenneth Hartford, but according to several people, including cast members, he actually had very little to do with the film. They insist that Herbert Strock, director of I Was a Teenage Frankenstein, actually handled it. Strock backed that up, saying that he did the film uncredited, and it's been stated that Hartford had possibly only directed one scene. The monster really takes its time appearing, with endless shots of people discussing all the town's going-ons, with really no action in between. They finally show it off in the last 10 minutes.
Look at it! It's as big as a whale!
And it's about to set sail! Then, after being super shy with this thing for the whole runtime, they just show it and show it. And it's pretty delightfully goofy, but it's little too late. My rating on this one is a 1. It's really dull, like painfully so. Its significance is also a 1, which it only gets because of the monster stuff and the brief presence of Carradine. No one went to see it, and no one really remembers it. Should you watch it? If you're like really tired, looking for something to knock you out, maybe? 1 week later, on July 18th, our highest profile release happened with Prom Night, which was directed by Paul Lynch, who did this and also the movie Humongous, then went into a pretty prolific TV directing career and still seems active today. It has a bunch of kids playing in an old abandoned building, leading to poor young Robin accidentally falling to her death. Frank Drebin is here, and keep in mind, this was during a time period in which Leslie Nielsen was known as a serious, dramatic actor. He was not yet known for comedy. In fact, this movie came out in the same month as Airplane, which was what shifted the entire focus of the later part of his career. The film then jumps 6 years, and Robin's siblings are Laurie Strode and Alex here, and they go to this school that I'm really having a hard time just saying the name of. Like, I feel like I should be going into a super complicated historical rap here. It feels like that is something I should be doing. I mean, I only have this one chance, and it feels like I shouldn't throw away my shot. And oh, hey, it's Robert A. Silverman, the Cronenberg guy. Someone's making creepy phone calls to the kids from that fateful day, and we learn that a man was blamed for Robin's death, and he has escaped from an institution. And then there's Lou and his eyebrow, because there's only one. And I mean, none of these people look like high school students, but look at him.
You again.
Kim's boyfriend is Nick, and he was one of the kids there when Robin died, and come on, look at Lou here. Strange stuff starts happening as they prep for the big prom night, and they throw red herrings at you left and right, to the point that it was a joke in the movie Scream, and they all arrive at prom, and oh man, Lou, come on, really look at this outfit. Then prepare yourself for disco dancing, like lots of it. You think I'm joking, but the dance goes on for around 37 minutes. At this point in the movie, we're an hour in, and we finally see this guy, who's Jeff Wincott and the older brother of Crow actor Michael Wincott, and he was also one of the TV Universal Soldiers. And we finally get our first kill, kicking off the Stockathon and mystery reveal. So this was a pretty low budget effort, made for only $1.5 million, and it became a bit of a surprise hit. It pulled in around $15 million, which isn't a huge number, but it never received a wide release and earned its entire haul in a limited run. Critics were fairly split on it at the time, with some calling it the same generic stuff as usual and dismissing it as yet another Halloween ripoff, even going so far as including Jamie Lee. But of course, over time, its reputation has grown into being one of the slasher highlights of the era. My rating on it might surprise you, but I'm giving it a 3.5. It takes too long to get going for me, and there's more dancing than slashing, and to be honest, I prefer the sequel. Its HCS is higher though, and it's a 4 since it's gained a ton of cred as a horror fave and has been dubbed one of the most influential slasher films. Should you watch it? Yeah, even though it's not one of my favorites, I still enjoy the hell out of it, and it's a fun mystery, and Jamie Lee's got the moves. Plus, you have to see Lou to believe him. A little later that month, on July 25th, our highest profile release happened with Brian De Palma's Dressed to Kill. De Palma had a run of horror hits before this, including Carrie, and this actually starts with a pretty startlingly graphic shower scene. We've got Big Bad Mama and her son is Arnie, and I did not know this, but Keith Gordon actually shifted to directing and has done episodes of a number of huge shows, including Fargo, Better Call Saul, and Homeland. Kate is in therapy and her doctor is also Hoagie for his second appearance in this block of films, and she has an affair with a strange man who turns out to have syphilis and gonorrhea, like the guy really works at getting some infectious diseases, and then encounters a mysterious person in the elevator who kills her. Then Lewis arrives and Dr. Elliot is getting disturbing messages on his machine, and Detective Sipowicz is here too. The killer was someone clearly dressed in women's clothing, and you're saying to yourself right now, an established star who appears to be the lead of the film only to have her be slashed to death about a third of the way in by someone pretending to be a woman. Yep, it's pretty much a tribute to Psycho, because long before Tarantino made it his whole MO, De Palma was known as the premier ripoff artist, essentially just reproducing whole scenes and scenarios from other films and calling them homages. Unfortunately, because it's basically just Psycho, the mystery is remarkably easy to solve, and unlike Psycho, which had a pretty complex situation with Norman and his mother, this substitutes the whole transsexual becomes a killer trope that was fairly common at the time. It was also a hotly debated film with a ton of controversy. It was protested at the time due to the violence towards women and his attitudes towards the trans community, although the reviews were mostly pretty favorable. Not everyone loved it though, and it did get nominated for a handful of Razzies that year, including one for Nancy Allen's performance, Michael Caine's, and one for Worst Director. I guess it's worth pointing out that Michael Caine made 2 movies in 1980, they both came out around the same time, and his performance in both were nominated for Razzies. My rating on this one is a 3.5. I think it's incredibly pretty, but it's also very empty, and its similarities to the Hitchcock classic really hold it back from feeling like its own thing. There are several really thrilling segments like the museum cat and mouse and the subway chase though. And its HCS is a 3 because it has a lot of cred behind it with De Palma at the wheel, and its clear inspiration and its ensuing controversy, but its lack of overall originality keeps it from any further significance. Should you watch it? I think so. There's some good stuff going on here, even if it constantly feels kind of familiar. This episode kicks off on August 4th in Italy with the release of Cannibal Apocalypse. It didn't get released in the US until September of '81 though, and was also called Cannibals in the Streets. It kicks off with Nancy's dad as a soldier rescuing some Vietnam POWs, and this was directed by Anthony Dawson, a pseudonym for Antonio Margheriti, who would later go on to make the epic Your Hunter from the Future and Alien from the Deep. Unfortunately, the POWs have become cannibals in One Bite's hopper, so when he gets home, he gets that old meat craving. One of his war buddies is loose on the street, biting people at random, and ends up in a standoff.
Is he a subversive, a queer, a black, or a commie, or a Muslim fanatic? What the hell is he?
I don't have anything for that. Hopper, I guess, bones the young girl next door and bites her too. And pretty soon the bite is spreading the effects all around. And here's the wild thing about this one. John Saxon thought that he was making this little film about the psychological effects of the Vietnam War and a viral outbreak. He thought this because he was actually given a version of the script that didn't contain the nastier elements in it, and most of it was poorly translated from Italian. And when they were shooting and started doing the wild effects, he realized what was going on. Apparently, Saxon even considered walking off the production, but ended up sticking it out and gives a pretty committed performance. And there are a handful of gross out moments with some over-the-top gore, and was one of the infamous video nasties, and there's some good stuff going on, like this shotgun all the way through the body gag, and this flamethrower bit. My rating on it is decent at 2.5 tapes, and it's pretty enjoyable, but it takes a little too long to get going, but Saxon's just awesome in it. Its horror cultural significance is at a 2, since it's not very well remembered and sort of disappears amongst a batch of cannibal-themed films from around the same time, but it was one of the nasties and does have a bit of star power. Should you watch it? Probably. It's worth a look, and it's moderately fun. Just a few days later, also in Italy, August 9th saw the release of Anthropophagus, also known as The Savage Island in the US, or The Grim Reaper in the UK, and also The Beast. It didn't get a States release until 1981 and was directed by Joe D'Amato, who did last episode's Orgasmo Nero because dude puts out some volume, and starts with a couple killed on a beach. There's a group of tourists heading out on a trip. One of the crew is Julie here, who is played by Zombie's Tisa Farrow, who is actually the real-life sister of Mia Farrow, and this was her final film before retiring from acting. I guess as she realized that all she was getting were these pretty crazy Italian horror flicks and said, I don't know, maybe I'll give Bank Teller a try. They head out via boat to an island while Carol sees trouble in the cards and the town is abandoned, but their boat drifts off, so they find refuge and the freaking cutest little kitty right before things pop off as they discover one of the town inhabitants gone mad. She talks about a madman who comes to the island when he smells blood there, and you know, this Grim Reaper guy better hurry up because so far this has just been Walking Around an Island, the movie. The killer finally shows up at around the hour mark, and it's this horribly scarred guy played by George Eastman, who also co-wrote the film and appears to be some sort of cannibal. So this one got some heat at the time due to the level of graphic violence within, which landed it on the infamous UK Video Nasty list. A heavy chopped down version was released there instead, and in Italy, where the full version played, people were walking out of the screenings due to the violence, and well, one scene in particular really, but it wasn't exactly a hit at the time. However, over time, its reputation has grown and it's taken on a sort of gore cult status and is often referred to as one of D'Amato's best films. My rating on it is only a 1.5 though, because man, oh man, is there a lot of walking around in this movie. To be honest, not much happens, like at all. Things do get pretty wild in the finale, but you have to be really patient to get there. Its significance is a bit higher though. I'm going to give it 2.5 for being one of the brighter points of D'Amato's catalog, its video nasty cred, and that scene. And if you've seen the movie, well, you know which scene I'm talking about. Should you watch it? Sure, but just skip to the last 20 minutes for all the action stuff. I hope you like Italy because we're staying there for August 11th's City of the Living Dead from the one and only Lucio Fulci. It begins with a priest committing suicide as a vision seen during the seance, leading to one of the participants' death. There's a journalist on the case, and he's played by Christopher George, who 1 year later will give one of the finest performances of a death scene in all of cinema. In the nearby town of Dunwich, strange things are afoot, including earthquakes, and it turns out that Mary is less dead than they previously thought. She's rescued, so I guess it's a lucky thing that she wasn't embalmed, and they say that all the things have been foretold in the book of Enoch, and the death of the priest has opened a gate to hell, which must be closed before the world is destroyed. There's also Bob here, who we last saw just like 2 movies ago in Cannibal Apocalypse, and the evil priest reappears to wreak havoc, leading to the film's most famous scene with this guy who you may not recognize without the metal faceplate that he's wearing in Demons, but he's also the director of the masterpiece Della Morte Dell'Amore. But the important thing here is this film's most memorable moment, and it's the young woman who vomits up her entire intestinal tract. So this was sort of spun out of the success of Fulci's Zombie, and it was his take on the standard Lovecraft mythos. It didn't get released in the US until 1983, where it was originally announced as Twilight of the Dead, but a quick cease and desist order fixed that. Instead, it was called Gates of Hell, which became the de facto title of what's known as the Gates of Hell trilogy, which would go on to consist of this film, The Beyond, and The House by the Cemetery. All 3 of these films would star Catriona MacColl, who portrays Mary here. This film also has another notorious moment with Bob's death via power drill, which earned the film some criticism. It was only after that scene was removed that it was allowed to be released in the US, and it was partially that scene that earned it a ban in Germany. Also worth discussing here is the final shot, which is something frequently talked about because it's an odd cliffhanger. After the final battle, our heroes encounter young John in the cemetery, and he happily runs towards them. At first, everyone's happy, but that quickly turns to fear, and they scream in terror, even though it's literally just a kid running their way with a big smile on his face. The reason for this confusing shot is apparently not really known, but there's rumors and theories. It's claimed that the original footage of what they wanted to end with was lost. Some say it was lost in a fire, and others say that coffee was spilled on it. Either way, they didn't have the funds to reshoot the scene and were forced to manipulate the footage to try to make it make sense. Now, others say that there was no missing footage and that it was supposed to be a happy ending, but after shooting, Fulci changed his mind, and this was the best option that the editors had. Any way you slice it, it appears as if the footage is now trying to imply that either John or the cops behind him are zombies, and that's what they're reacting to. My rating here is a solid 4 because I love Fulci and I love this movie. It's dripping with atmosphere, has that classic Fulci dreamlike narrative, and some great effects. Its HCS is also a 4 since it was the onset of the Gates of Hell trilogy, stirred up controversy, and showed off some extremely memorable gore. Should you watch it? Hell yes.
You're nurturing a pet neurosis, that's all. Like about 70% of the female population of this country.
We're switching countries now and jumping to August 19th for Japan's Dracula, Sovereign of the Damned, which was a made-for-television anime film. It starts off by introducing the Good Count and his castle, and Drac has fled Europe for Boston. A group of Satan worshippers summon Dracula forward, and he's given a bride, and this is based on the classic Marvel comic, The Tomb of Dracula, with that gorgeous Gene Colan artwork, and uses the character models from that series. It has Frank Drake, a descendant of the Count, and of course the wheelchair-bound Quincy Harker, son of Jonathan and Mina from the novel. He's accompanied by Rachel Van Helsing, granddaughter of the notorious vampire hunter. And here's a weird factoid. This character in the comic books would eventually become a vamp herself and would be killed by none other than Wolverine. Satan himself shows up and wants Dracula destroyed, and Dracula has a son named Janus. And this basically follows the storyline of the comic. It's just a very condensed version of it. And I love that Dracula takes the time to plot out an attack pattern in the shape of a bat. Like, what possible reason would there be for him to do this? The rivalry between Drac and the Satanist cult increases, leading to the death of Janus. And this is just such a fun and interesting curiosity that there exists this random anime adaptation of a cult horror comic. If you're familiar with the comic, this may feel like a sort of Cliff Notes version of the story and come off a bit rushed, but it's cool to see it play out, including a cameo from Lilith, but omitting Blade. The film, which runs an hour and a half, tries to cover the entire 70-issue run of the comic series, so you can imagine that there's plenty of condensing in terms of the overall story. And I imagine if you haven't read those comics, then this might seem like a weird, convoluted mess. My rating is 2.5 though, because I have read those books and I have a certain nostalgia for them, and it's fun to see this storyline here, even in a rushed form. Its HCS is a 2 since it's not really known outside of cult circles, and if anything has a significance, then it's the comics. Should you watch it? If you've read the books, absolutely. If you haven't, then probably not, because it's just gonna seem like someone trying to sum up a really long story in a very short format.
What is this power?
One day later, on August 20th in France, there was Jean Rollant's Night of the Hunted. It begins with a man finding a woman out on the road, wandering lost at night, and she claims to be being chased by someone, although she's not sure who. He takes her back to his apartment, and it soon becomes clear that she can only remember things for a very short period of time, but luckily, she's not looking for a John G. Elizabeth is actually played by legendary French adult film star Brigitte Lahaye, whatever, and Roland has previously used her in his films in a supporting role, but this was her first lead for him. Robert decides that he's found a woman on the side of the road who has some sort of issue in which she can't store memories, so he decides to bang her. I guess, seems like a sound decision. The next morning, when he leaves to work, a doctor and nurse arrive and say that they're taking her back to a hospital. It seems that the other patients there have issues with memory as well, and it seems to have some sort of bodily effect also. There's a bunch of other people suffering from the issues, and of course, since it's Roland, people are naked a lot, and someone ends up with scissors in the eyes. Elizabeth tries escaping again with a friend, and we're told that there's a disease spreading that takes away their memories and is essentially turning them into zombies. And there's a sort of Cronenberg-esque element to this one, but different. It vaguely feels like a sort of side story to Shivers in a way, with the focus on disease and sexual activity, but it's also 100% Roland. My rating here is a 3. This is actually very atmospheric and a gorgeous surreal fantasy, but the middle's a little on the slow side to keep it from going any higher. Its significance is similar to 2.5 since it's quintessential Roland and one of his more regarded films. Should you watch it? Yes, it's well shot, and even if it's a little light on the horror, it's worth checking out. Shortly after, on August 29th, we get a little more notable entry with He Knows You're Alone. It begins with a woman being killed in a movie theater shortly before her wedding. Principal Vernon is here, and this music sounds familiar. Turns out that one of the detectives on the case had his fiancée murdered by a jilted lover. Freaking incels have been a problem since the 80s. Amy here is getting married as well, and Ray overhears this, so he's got a new target. And meanwhile, there's a tiny cameo from Kung Fu Joe in one of his earliest roles. If Amy looks familiar to you, you might be a fan of the film 3 O'Clock High, since she's the hot English teacher in that one. And there's also a small role for James Rebhorn here, and Ray starts his stalking. It has a real Halloween feel, as Amy sort of sees him following her, and she has an ex named Marvin, and you know this because they say his name approximately 400 times over the course of the film.
Marvin?
Marvin.
How about
Marvin?
Marvin, that's really dumb.
The actor, Don Scardino, went on to transition into directing and has been working steadily in television ever since, and has done several movies, including the Steve Carell vehicle, The Incredible Burt Wonderstone. So this one is pretty widely known for being one of the first Halloween knockoffs, and it is a knockoff. It copies quite a bit of that film's aesthetics and plot points, although it wasn't nearly as acclaimed as that one was. It did, however, make quite a bit of money. Made for $250,000, it ended up pulling in around $5 million at the box office, marking it as a big hit. But it also gained notoriety in a few other ways. It's the first film for Dana Barron, who would soon go on to become one of the Audrey Griswolds and then appear in a number of other things, but it's also the very first acting role for Forrest Gump himself. Considering how much it's touted as his screen debut, you'd think that he'd be in it a little bit more, but he's really only in 2 scenes and plays very little part in the overall plot. He doesn't even get a death scene, although some people confusedly say that his ends up in a fish tank, but that's not his character, it's the girl that he's dating. My rating here is also 3 tapes because it's a pretty solid slasher flick, even if it feels a bit derivative. It's certainly never boring and does a good job imitating Carpenter's shtick, but it never really feels like its own thing. Its HCS is a 3.5 since it will always show up whenever someone is discussing the early career of Hanks, but it also earns some cred for being one of the early Halloween imitators. Should you watch it? Yep, it's a pretty classic example of early 80s slashing fun.
I'm too tired to scream from the pain you just caused me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. I stretched out an extra foot to make sure I'd trip you.
Next up, sometime in September, we've got the release of Fiend, the second film from indie schlockmeister Don Dohler. It begins with some sort of evil force entering a cemetery and reanimates a body there, and it attacks with glowing red hands, like his name was like Show Nuff or something. That restores the body to human form, and he kills people, but takes care of kitties, so there's some good in him. He's a music teacher and just kind of goes back to his old life, which is a little weird because no one seems to make a big deal out of the fact that he was previously dead. He has to kill people in order to sustain himself, and his neighbors start to suspect something, but I think that I should point out that his main suspicions pretty much arise from Longfellow's decor, which is lucky in the context of this film because he's actually the killer. But let's not all just go thinking our neighbors are serial killer just because they have darker motifs for their household goods than you prefer, okay? If you're not familiar with Dohler, he's one of the original low-budget filmmakers and operated out of Maryland, and made some really fun, wacky films on a shoestring. This one was done for around $6,000, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was less than that. Dohler used his own house and some of his relatives in the movie to keep the cost down, and the film really benefits from the nice, creepy performance of Don Liefert as Longfellow. Liefert pretty much only acted in Dohler's films, but he's pretty entertaining here, giving a good turn as the villain. It's revealed that Longfellow is a fiend, a phantom that can resurrect a long-buried corpse and take people's life force to keep it from deteriorating. And I love that they discover this since Gary randomly reads about a fiend in a book and just decides that's what's going on with the killings, and he's right! They even try to explain the whole thing about people not realizing he's dead, even if it happens through the very unlikely plot point of a guy who worked at the graveyard literally just carrying around a newspaper cutout of the dead man. Like, why do you have that, man? My rating on this one is also 3, since this is just a good, classic, low-budget, fun tale. It's really nothing special, but it is pretty entertaining and a great example of making your money count. Its significance is a little lower though, since it's not one of the more noted of Dohler's repertoire, so it's just a 2. There's no real distinguishing merit to it other than being an early part of his career. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah, it's pretty damn fun. On September 9th, there's then a very prestigious release, and it's Phobia. It begins with introducing a group of people with different fears, like snakes, crowds, men, and heights. And Dr. Starsky here has a new treatment for dealing with the phobias, and he takes them out to confront them. When he has one go to his house, she accidentally triggers some sort of bomb there, and the pedigree on this film is outstanding since it's directed by the legendary John Huston. This is the guy that gave us Chinatown, The African Queen, Prizzi's Honor, The Maltese freaking Falcon. He's got a pair of Oscars and was nominated for a bunch of others, so the expectations for this one are pretty high. The police suspect the doc's patients of trying to kill him, but then his patients just start dying off in the methods that represent their greatest fears. And apparently the production of this one was a bit of a train wreck. There are 8 writers on the screenplay, with 3 uncredited, and one of those is the awesome Dan O'Bannon. He talked about the amount of work in reconfiguring the script after he was asked to, quote, fix it. The finished product kind of toes the line between psychological horror and police drama as they try to determine who is responsible for the murders. It's supposed to be a whodunit, but the big reveal at the ending is completely and totally unsurprising. Upon release, the troubles would continue as it was blasted for Glasser's low-key, almost asleep performance as the Doc, and the complete and total lack of any style. It's virtually impossible to tell that this film was directed by Huston, and it's pretty widely considered to be his worst film. It was dead on arrival as well, bringing in less than $100,000 in box office against a budget of $5 million. My rating on it is 1.5. It is pretty flat all around. There's not much going on, and the few flashes of intriguing stuff like a death by elevator are too few and far between. Its HCS is a 2 since it's not well remembered, but it is still by a legend, so it gets a little extra for that. Should you watch it? Not really, not unless you want to see that even some great talents are capable of making just some schlock. Going back to Italy again, we're spending a lot of time in Italy in this episode, but on September 15th, we saw the release of White Cannibal Queen, which was also known as Mondo Cannibal. This kicks off with a family on a trip through the jungle, and their ship is attacked by a group of cannibals, and they kill little Lana's mom and chop off her dad's arm. She's taken in though, called a white goddess, and Jeremy manages to escape. He goes to the hospital, and I mean, his arm is just clearly just tucked under this blanket, and it's Al Cliver, who you might remember from Zombie, or Zombie 2, or whatever you want to call it. 10 years later, he regains his memory and wants to go back to find his daughter, and she's now fully grown and was played by Ator's Sabrina Ciani. So this was directed by Jess Franco, his first appearance on the project, but it won't be his last, and oh boy, does he hate this movie! Apparently, its reputation is being one of the worst of the cannibal films, and it's most likely because Franco hated making it. He stated that he only made this one, as well as his other cannibal film, Devil Hunter, which I'll be covering in the next couple of episodes, because cannibal films were popular. He himself hated them and said that he didn't understand why people really enjoyed watching them. And this one is pretty tough to enjoy watching since it's about 90% just strolling leisurely through the forest. Throw in him saying that Ciani was the second worst actress that he had ever worked with, whose only skill was having a nice butt, and you've got a bit of a recipe for disaster. It did stir up a bit of controversy at the time, as it was pegged as one of the video nasties in the UK and was seized and confiscated, but there's really not much in the film to justify it. The violence is pretty tame, and the gore is goofily fake. I'm giving this one a 1 because, oh man, is this one kind of tough to get through. It's really uninteresting and dull. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's a forgotten episode of Franco's work, forgotten cannibal saga, and just kind of forgotten in general. I'll give it the extra 0.5 for being one of the nasties. Should you watch it? You can easily pass.
They kidnapped you many years ago. Try to remember. It happened on a boat. You were only a child, remember?
Go away now.
Our final movie today arrived a few days later on September 19th, and it's Mother's Day, and it begins with a bit of subversion as a couple of killers seem like they're preying on an old woman, but it turns out that they're the victims, as the old woman has 2 murderous sons named Ike and Adley. We then meet 3 women who all went to college together, and they have a reunion weekend together in the wooded areas of rural New Jersey. They encounter the typical hillbilly shopkeepers, and I used to spend a good amount of time in Jersey, and I'm not sure I ever encountered any backwoods areas like this, but I'm sure they're there. I just picture a different kind of dangerous element there, and that includes a lot more spiky hair with frosted tips. It soon becomes apparent that the brothers are watching them, and that night they attack and kidnap them, dragging them off in their sleeping bags. It seems Mother enjoys seeing her boys torture people, so they put on a show for her, which they do, and take pictures while they do it. But then, Ike is eating what appears to be Trix cereal and cat chow mixed together in a giant bucket as if there's no such thing as bowls, I guess, and he's eating it with a huge wooden spoon. And I'll forgive the bucket thing, and I'll look past the cat chow, but tricks are for kids. The girls try to escape, of course finding obstacles along the way, and this one was co-written and directed by Charles Kaufman, who was a big contributor to early Troma films, writing their pre-horror films Squeeze, Play, and The Waitress, but he also did some work on Toxic Avenger and Class of Nukem High. And he's Lloyd Kaufman's brother. Lloyd actually served as a producer on this film, and because of this connection is often referred to as a Troma film. And although Troma did actually do a release of the film at one point, it was originally distributed by United. At the time, it was pretty harshly talked about, getting a number of negative reviews based on the violence and rape scenes, but over time, it's developed a pretty strong second look as the satirical elements and dark humor got more attention. A really weird little side note is that if you go to the IMDb page for the movie, it cites the actor Frederick Coffin as playing Ike, and he's fairly noted and has been in tons of TV roles and movies. However, this is supposedly incorrect, and Coffin is not in this film at all. In fact, the character of Ike has been said to be played by an actor named Gary Pollard, but this seems to be the only film that he's done, and he's said to have passed away. It grew to be enough of a cult classic that it earned a remake in 2010 from Saw and Repo director Darren Lynn Bousman, but with the exception of being centered around a homicidal mother with a twisted family, there's very little similarity. My rating on this one is a 3. It's pretty solid and twisted film that feels like a sort of elaboration on the themes of Texas Chainsaw, with a touch of Last House on the Left in there, but also still feels original enough. Its HCS is the same at a 3 since it's pretty fondly remembered, and its reputation has only grown over time, even if it's not something people immediately identify as one of the big ones. But come on, you remember seeing that box cover on the video shelves. Should you watch it? Yep, it's definitely worth checking out. V-O-O-T-E. This block kicks off on September 19th with Without Warning from Graydon Clark, director of the classic Satan's Cheerleaders. It starts with B-movie legend Cameron Mitchell as a hunter, who then gets attacked by these little flying potato pancakes. And then, stop me if you've heard me say this before, a group of teenagers are headed into the woods for a hiking trip. And hey, look, it's baby David Caruso in one of his very first film roles. And he's wearing shorts, along with a hooded sweatshirt, I guess to keep his upper body heated while his legs go without warming. Bela Lugosi is also here to pull the strings, and before you can say, come back, Shane is here, and this is 2 years before these two would also co-star in Alone in the Dark together. Things get a little wacky when compasses start to malfunction, and this gets full of old school cred as Larry Storch shows up and is also killed. And just for reference, this is a movie with Cameron Mitchell, Jack Palance, Martin Landau, and Larry Storch in it, and if that sentence excites you like it did me, congratulations, it's time for your back pills. When the group starts to get whittled down, they seek shelter in the town, and after some time, we finally get a good look at our alien menace, and it's a pretty cool suit. The head of the creature was actually designed by Rick Baker and cost a pretty solid chunk of the budget. The rest of the creature effects were by Greg Canham, so there's so many heavy hitters from the FX world here too. It's revealed that the alien after them is some sort of hunter, and he's on Earth in search of game, and he keeps the bodies as trophies. And if that sounds familiar, it's because this film was cited as a rather big inspiration for Predator, which is appropriate because under that alien suit is Kevin Peter Hall, the actor who portrayed the Predator. My rating here is a 3 because it starts off really strong and the ending is pretty fun and there's some great stuff in there, but man, the middle chunk of this movie is kinda dull. Its horror cultural significance is higher though at a 3.5 since it features so many big faces, a starting point for David Caruso, and some big FX guys at play, plus its direct influence on Predator. I would have given it a 4 were it not for the fact that it's still not a widely known film and kind of a cult thing. Should you watch it? Yep, you should. Some good stuff going on here, even if it drags a bit. Our next movie doesn't have a definitive date, but it came out sometime in October of 1980, and it's Schizoid, which was written and directed by David Paulson, who would move entirely into TV producing and directing after this, and had his hands in the final seasons of Dynasty. It begins with a woman on a bike being chased down by someone in a car, who then stalks her and kills her. Julie here is getting threatening notes in the mail, and she works with Doug, played by Dr. Gordon, who also happens to be her recently ex-husband. Reverend Jim is also here, and damn, so is the Nosferatu, and I am 2 movies into this block, and it is just star-studded. Pieter here is a doctor, and his daughter is an angel, and Julie is one of his patients. Julie definitely has some issues because this is her reaction to a black man getting on the elevator with her. And of course, she thinks he's following her and wants to attack her, even though dude just wants to hook up with the guy across the hall, proving that Karens have been eternal. The doc is inappropriate with his patients, and apparently his on-set behavior matched, as Flo Lawrence stated that he crossed the line in their scene and was touching her in places she was uncomfortable with, and was shocked that no one yelled cut or admonished him afterwards. He was also apparently having an affair with Donna Wilkes, his on-screen daughter, and an actress over 30 years younger than him. Co-stars claim that they suspected and that there may have been rough treatment with Wilkes showing up for filming with black and blue marks on her. Kinski discussed their fling in his book but changed her name, although the details he laid out made it pretty blatantly obvious who he was talking about, but Wilkes has never discussed the issue or confirmed it. Linda and Pieter start seeing each other, which creates tension, but who's crazy? Who's the schizoid? Who's after Julie, and who's killing the doctor's patients? Is it the doctor himself? The daughter? Fester? The jealous ex? This actually did quite well in its release, and there's no official numbers, but it's been reported that it grossed over $4 million against a budget of around $350,000. It wasn't well received by critics, though, who called it underwhelming and decried its pointed violence towards women. My rating on this one is a 2.5 since it just kind of feels by the numbers and there's not much slashing going on for a slasher flick, and it seems so intent on making everyone a suspect that it forgets to make any of them likable, although it's pretty watchable. Its significance is a 2 since it's not well remembered, doesn't break any new ground, although it does get a little more of a score here for its star power. Should you watch it? Possibly. It's not a bad flick, it does some fun things, but there's just not enough of it really.
You shaved your afro, I don't believe it! It suits you, it does. It really does. When did you do that?
Another one that has a sort of nebulous date is Toxic Zombies, which apparently came out sometime in US theaters on a limited basis sometime in October, although it may have played France as early as May. It starts with a classy bit with a police raid and this woman is running away, so the officers just straight up shoot her, like she's not armed or anything and she's running away from you. So there's a group of people running an illegal marijuana farm and the federal agents, including freaking Martin, are so worried about this crop of weed getting out that they decide to spray the area with this new experimental herbicide that may be toxic to humans. There's a government man who normally works in the area, played by Charles McCran, who also wrote, directed, and produced the film and made sure to give himself a sex scene. They end up spraying the area and the growers, which of course turns the people who are exposed to it into ghouls that I guess lick rocks? There's a family out there as well, including Jimmy, who has a learning disability, and these zombies use weapons and the groups in the woods try to figure out what's going on. Shot on a pretty low budget somewhere in rural Pennsylvania, this one actually holds the distinction of kicking off an entire subgenre. After this, movies about chemical spills out in the sticks turning rednecks and yokels into zombies became a bit of a thing. It also earned a place as one of the video nasties, getting itself banned in the UK, which is pretty hilarious if you actually watch it and see how low-key and silly the effects look. This would be the only film that McCran would make, and afterwards he would go to work in the finance industry, becoming a pretty top-level executive for Marsh & McLennan. He went to work at their offices in New York and the World Trade Centers and was sadly killed in the 9/11 attacks. The ending of the film borrows pretty heavily from Night of the Living Dead, with everyone in a house and some tension with a man who's already there, but here the zombies have the torches. My rating on this one is a 3. I liked it. I like its vibe. It's not a good movie per se, but it gave me a nostalgic feeling I can't quite describe that made me happy. Its HCS is a bit lower though, at a 2.5, because although it's not hugely remembered, it sets the stage for a dozen redneck zombie style flicks to come and made it on the nasty list. Should you watch it? Yeah, I would. It's pretty fun. Our next entry is another one that came out in October with an unspecified date, and it's Dr. Heckle and Mr. Hype, which was directed by Charles B. Griffith, who only directed a small handful of films, but wrote a ton, including the original Little Shop of Horrors. It's got the great Oliver Reed, the Brood Doctor himself, as Dr. Heckle, who's this kinda horrible looking dude with incredible Hulk hair. And damn, the music in this is by Full Moon's Richard Band, one of his earliest works, and was edited by Skip Skolnick, which is a name that any Angel fan will be familiar with. The OG Moshnik is here, and Heckle is a foot doctor, and his appearance makes him suicidal, so when his friend gives him an experimental serum, he drinks it hoping it will kill him. Instead, it transforms him into regular Oliver Reed, and immediately starts going after the ladies. Unfortunately, he seems to have gone slightly insane as well and starts killing people. Dick Miller pops in to be awesome, and oh yeah, there's another doctor who apparently just has a clinic where he tickles people. Hype then starts to go on a crime spree and cause havoc all around town, and this was written to be a much wackier comedy, like it's pretty wacky, but there's still a bit of a serious tone due to how straight Reed is playing it. But it was intended for Dick Van Dyke to play the lead, but he wasn't available, so Reed stepped in, who had actually played a more straightforward Jekyll and Hyde earlier, and the movie was retooled to fit his persona. Hype's whole mission is to get laid and have people tell him that he's the most beautiful man that they've ever seen, And the script on this one was actually partially written by an uncredited Roger Corman and had a bit of a rough time of it. The production was rushed, with only 3 weeks given the write and prep the film, 4 weeks to shoot, and 2 weeks to edit on a budget of under $1 million. It was produced by Cannon Films, who decided they didn't want to actually release the film and instead sold it to cable TV. Griffith himself laments the film and puts quite a bit of the blame on Reed's performance, saying that although he nailed the portrayal of Heckle, he didn't know how to do the character of Hype, and it turned the audiences off. It's also the film debut of Tony Cox in a pretty minor but memorable role. My rating on this one is just a 2 because although I respect the sheer level of talent involved in this one, it is a drag. Its significance is a touch higher though at a 2.5 due to the number of big names involved. Should you watch it? I'd go with no, but it does have its fans.
Do you know, I must tell you, Druck, these are the ugliest feet I've ever seen in my life.
Well, here's one with an actual date because on October 2nd, there was Terror Train, probably one of the more well-known entries on this block. And it starts off with a big frat party and then lets us know that Laurie Strode is here for her second slasher film of this year. They pull a prank on one of the pledges using a corpse that causes him to freak out, and then 3 years later, once again on New Year's Eve, that same frat is having another big party, this time on a train. It's a costume party and there's a magician here, and not just any magician, David freaking Copperfield in his first film role and the only one in which he's not just playing David Copperfield, and instead is a character simply called the Magician. The conductor is film legend Ben Johnson, and gross, Ellis is here. I hope he dies first. Well, nope, this guy does, and someone steals his Groucho costume and starts killing off partygoers rather quickly. And hey, speaking of early film appearances, this is only the second appearance of Vanity, here credited as D.D. Winters, before her rise to fame a few years later. The killer keeps swapping costumes, and this was the first directing job for Roger Spottiswoode, who had a pretty solid career in both writing and directing, and he would go on to make Turner and Hooch, the Bond film Tomorrow Never Dies, and he would also make the Schwarzenegger bomb The Sixth Day, and and Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. In the original script, there was no magician, which is pretty odd considering just how much the magic show factors into the movie for a while, but producer Sandy Howard loved magic, so had all of that stuff written in. It was made as a clear attempt to cash in on the success of Halloween and was described as simply Halloween on a train, and they even sought out Jamie Lee because of her role in that film, which she filmed immediately after wrapping up Prom Night, although she had less disco dancing to do here. Cost around $3 million to make and got pretty mediocre reviews upon release and made around $8 million at the box office, which sounds like it made a profit, but they reportedly spent around $5 million to market the movie, so it in actuality did not do that well. It's since become a cult classic though, perhaps only hindered by their lack of an identifiable killer. Having him constantly swap costumes works for the suspense of the film, but not for the sake of making a horror icon. My rating here is a 3.5. It's a solid slasher with a fair bit of style, but it feels a bit like the same old, and the reveal is kinda what you think, but also not what you think. I definitely like it a bit more than Prom Night, the other Curtis slasher from this year. Its HCS is the same at a 3.5, since it's often one of the more remembered slashers from the era, had that all-important Jamie Lee element, but is slightly less regarded than Prom Night, and kicked off Spottiswoode's career. Should you watch it? Absolutely, it's a cool flick.
Your cigarette, and hold it up to your quarter. It'll seem to be sticking to it, just like that. And if we keep turning it, it'll look like the cigarette's penetrating the quarter, just like that.
One day later, in Canada, on October 3rd, Funeral Home was released, also known as Cries in the Night, which was the title it was released in Canada as. It was retitled to Funeral Home when it was released in the US 2 years later in 1982. It's got Heather here going to stay with her grandmother at an inn, which was previously a funeral home. Heather is played by Leslie Donaldson, who had a run of slashers around this time and will later appear in Happy Birthday to Me and Curtains. Some guests arrive, including Mickey.
Name's Morty, not Mickey.
And the inn has a handyman with a disability in Billy here. So there's a real estate man who's gone missing, and the police are sort of looking for him, like Joe here, who you also see a little while later in My Bloody Valentine. Turns out that someone is killing the guests of the inn, and this one was directed by William Fruitt, who never became a horror icon, but definitely made his share in the genre. Besides this film, he also made Spasms, Killer Party, and Blue Monkey, which has exactly 0 monkeys in it, let alone a blue one. Besides that, he's done a ton of horror TV, like a bunch of Friday the 13th series episodes, and that Poltergeist TV show. He also co-produced the Goosebumps TV show, and the house featured in this movie was also used there. There's several mysteries going on here, since you have the murders, the missing real estate agent, the whereabouts of Maud's husband, the former Undertaker, and exactly what's in the cellar that's always locked. According to Donaldson, the shoot was a difficult one, with Kat Hawtrey, the actress playing Grandma Maud, and Fruitt being constantly at odds with each other as he was asking her to perform physicalities that she was uncomfortable with doing. It did pretty well in Canada and was actually nominated for 3 Genie Awards, which was a sort of equivalent to an Oscar in Canada, although not as prestigious considering there were less films to pick from. Leslie Donaldson got a nomination for Best Actress, and it was also considered for Best Editing and Sound Editing, but didn't win any of the awards. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's a decent watch, a little slow and maybe a little too psycho-derivative. Its HCS is a 2, since there's not a ton that really made it stand out, and it didn't really have a lot of influence, and instead seemed to simply draw off of other influences. Should you watch it? I think it's nothing special, but it's still pretty enjoyable.
James, the child is frightened. You mustn't.
Shut up!
On October 6th, we bounce south again to the US for The Attic, which was directed by George Edwards, a producer that had been in the industry since the 60s, but this was the first and only film he directed. It has Louise here, a depressed librarian, and she's played by the late Carrie Snodgrass, and she's teaching a new intern the ropes. And she lives with her abusive invalid father, who she daydreams about killing. She tells the tale that she was supposed to be married and her groom vanished on her wedding day, and she says it was 19 years ago. So it would have to be when she was a teenager or something, because she really doesn't look that old. And Snodgrass was 35 at the time, but that doesn't mean her character was. We follow her as things seem to unravel, and she has a one-night stand and starts to assert herself with her father, who, by the way, is Ray Milland, film legend who was in Dial M for Murder. Louise buys a monkey and makes sure to dress him in people's clothes, and honestly, most movies are better with chimps in outfits. So one of the more interesting aspects here is that the cinematographer was Gary Graver, who would end up working as a director in the adult industry, but also made several horror flicks, including the extremely perplexing Trick or Treats. Gary claimed that Edwards would oftentimes just up and leave the set and tell him to just continue making the film. And he says that he ended up directing a fair share of it and developed a great working relationship with Snodgrass and ended up putting her in Trick or Treats. Oh, and also, this is sort of a sequel to a 1973 film called The Killing Kind, which Edwards also wrote, but didn't direct that one. In it, the characters of Louise and her father are present, and they play a smaller role there, but are played by different actors. Frances Bay sneaks in there too, but doesn't sprout any tentacles. And what's wild is that she actually started her film career at 59 years old. Like, she was born in 1919 and made her acting debut in 1978. So if you've only seen her as an old lady, that's why. It's a slow burn into madness and features one of the most hilarious stuntman substitutes of all time. And I'm giving this one a 3 because it is actually a great character study. And it's well made and never dull, but there is a chunk where not much really happens. Its HCS is pretty low though at a 1.5, since it's not really impactful on the world of horror, a little forgotten, and doesn't really establish any careers. Should you watch it? Yeah, I liked this one. I wished it moved maybe slightly faster, but it's worth checking out.
Get him, Dickie.
Next up on October 12th on NBC, Revenge of the Stepford Wives aired. It's set 10 years after the original film, and a family decides to leave the town only to be run off the road by a police car and killed. Cagney comes into town as an investigative reporter doing a piece on Stepford because of their low crime and divorce rate, and she interviews the oddly robotic women that live there. And there's this siren that goes off and they all take pills. She then runs into a new couple in town, Andy and Megan may not look familiar, but her voice might be, because this is Marge Simpson right here.
You can afford it. If Andy gets that permanent job, though, we're gonna have to move here.
About a decade after this role, she'd go on to have one of the longest running and well-paying gigs in the industry. It's got Mrs. Roper in it, and oh yeah, Andy is none other than Nash Bridges. And get this movie was released in parts of Europe as Terror in New York, and this is what the poster looked like. And I don't know what movie that this is advertising, but I'm down to watch it, especially since this doesn't even take place in New York. Stepford is in Connecticut. Andy enrolls in their program, and soon Megan is taken through their conversion process. Unlike the original film, in which the women were turned into robots, here it appears to be a brainwashing process, and it's essential for them to take the pills to reinforce it. So, this was actually directed by Robert Fewest, who had a pretty solid horror run in the 70s with the Dr. Phibes movies and The Devil's Reign, but by this point in his career had shifted into pretty much only doing TV. Apparently, the lead role was originally intended to be played by Angie Dickinson, but she dropped out shortly before filming. Gless was then brought in at the last minute and accepted the role a mere one day before they began shooting. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's watchable, but just kinda repeats the original film without the style and a more upbeat ending. Its HCS is a 2 since it is part of a pretty big, albeit cultish franchise, and has some notable star power in it. Should you watch it? Sure, if you can find it.
But without alcohol, will she do what I want?
Ah, the fraternity guy question. On October 17th, we got a wild entry with Fade to Black from writer-director Vernon Zimmerman, who didn't do a lot of directing, and this was his final feature, but he did write a few more things, and one of those things was Teen Witch.
What's this? Stop that. But give. Stop that. I don't really give a about trying to stop that. Stop that.
It has Eric here, played by Dennis Christopher, who you may remember most as Eddie from the original It, and he loves movies. He also lives with his abusive invalid aunt, which is kind of a theme for this block here, and he works at a distributor. Jack Death is here, as is Whiplash before any of the weird plastic surgery, and Eric becomes obsessed with a Marilyn Monroe look-alike girl he spots at a diner, and she agrees to go out with him. She inadvertently stands him up, which puts him on edge, so when his aunt smashes his projector, he kills her while emulating Kiss of Death. He snaps and begins to retreat into film personas, including Dracula, and stalking Marilyn and killing a prostitute. And then, oh my god, is that Wonderbug or Schleppcar? Please, someone get the Wonderbug reference. From then on, he goes down a road of revenge, dressing up as Hopalong Cassidy, and old Fred pops in for like a second. And you know, earlier I commented on how Frances Bay started acting at 59, but John Stedman's got her beat. His first film was in 1970 and he was 61 years old. The film then plays out as a sort of mixture of a psychological descent into madness character study, a slasher flick, and a tribute to the golden age of cinema, with mummy costumes, gangster Tommy guns, and here's an interesting bit. This is actually the film debut of Chris Pine. Well, sorta. This actress is Gwyn Gilford, and during the shoot she was pregnant, and for several shots they had to hide that fact since she began showing. The baby was born not long after filming ended, and that baby was the future Captain Kirk. My rating on this one is a 3.5, almost a 4. It's more like a 3.75. There's just so much cool stuff in this one, even if it starts to get a little one-note at point, and I think that Christopher's performance is a little lacking. Its HCS is a 3, with it being a collection of some top talent and true love of the cinema, and it feels like some sort of a proto-Scream in a way, with a young man taking inspiration from horror films to kill. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's worth it.
Wow, baby! I said, hey, baby.
Our final entry this month is the classic Motel Hell, which arrived in October 18th. It's got Kit Carson as the owner of a motel and has a side business selling smoked meats, but he also has the curious habit of kidnapping people off the road and takes a liking to Terry here. Vincent has a sister in Ballbricker here, and his meats are the rave of the guests, and this was directed by Kevin Connor, who did some classic monster movies from the 70s like The Land That Time Forgot, and after this pretty much went into doing TV shows and movies, and still seems to be active. Vincent also has a little brother who's the town sheriff, and they take Terry in, but here's what the Smiths are up to. It seems that they kidnap those people, remove their vocal cords, and bury them up to their neck in their gardens while a soothing hypnotic music is played. There's also a rock band with Cliff Clavin on drums, and they get planted, and Ira is in on it with him. So this was originally a much darker film and included elements of bestiality, but then was revised to be a bit more of a comedy with a satirical slant. Universal was also in on it for a while, and Tobe Hooper was attached, which would have been interesting considering how much this one gets compared to Texas Chainsaw, but when the studio dropped it, Hooper also left. And although the film appears to be in the middle of a remote rural area, it was actually filmed right outside of Los Angeles, and was surprisingly welcomed by critics at the time. Well, more than usual for this sort of film. Roger Ebert, who was notoriously tough on horror, gave it a great review and lauded its humor, although Leonard Maltin called it stale. Although I'm not sure how you could say that a movie about a brother and sister who have a person garden in their backyard to make homemade meats, while at the same time having a weird four-way love triangle between Vincent, Bruce, Terry, and maybe Ida is stale. Weird S&M couples is stale. Wolfgang Jack as a televangelist is stale. Hypnodiscs to provide a sort of euthanasia, that's stale. Throatless zombie revenge, pig head chainsaw fight, what movie did you watch, Mr. Maltin? Because this is about as stale as the bread that I get from Fiore's Cafe down the road from me, and that is a free plug because that is the best and most fresh damn bread that I have ever had in my entire life. I'm giving this one a 4 because I love this. It's such a wild and unique ride. Sure, it may lean into TCM ever so slightly, but it's way more of its own thing and so much fun. Its significance is a 3.5 because although it's a pretty important film and very well thought of, it's still a bit on the cult side. It didn't do well on release, but it's grown in stature in time. Plus, you remember the Fangoria cover that this was featured on. Should you watch it? Yes. Right now, actually. Just go watch it.
He's got syphilis of the brain. That's right. Oh, he's not normal at all. And he's dumb. Yeah, and his pecker don't work either.
We'll kick off on October 20th with Stage Fright, which kicks off back in 1963, which was apparently an active year for horror movie prologues. This is also called Nightmares and shouldn't be confused with the Italian Owl Mask Stage Fright or the more recent musical horror film. Little Kathy accidentally causes a car wreck that kills her mother, and she then goes a little mad. It then flashes to present day, and Kathy is now Jenny Newman, who you may remember as Barbara from V, and she's auditioning for a play while taking a new name of Helen. She gets the role, and soon there's an unseen killer attacking the other actors with shards of glass. while Kathy becomes more and more unhinged and starts a relationship with Terry here, who's played by Gary Sweet. Now, Sweet was never really established here in America, but he's a major television and stage star down under, which is where this film was made. It was actually his very first acting gig, which he looks back on as a pretty terrible film, but made him realize that he really enjoyed acting and wanted to pursue it as a regular career. Before you can say Norman Bates, she seems to talk to her mother, who she calls Kathy, and it sure does look like she's doing the killing. Unless there's more to this mystery after all? On the night of the big play premiere, there's issues with, you guessed it, stage fright, and a mean old critic, a character that was reportedly based on an actual Australian film critic who was known to be rather harsh. It didn't do too well at the time. It was kind of brushed off by its own distributor and suffers from a mystery that seems to think it's a mystery while at the same time just sort of being exactly what you thought it would be from the first 10 minutes. My rating on this is a 2.5. It's entertaining enough, but just kind of never finds its groove, and the reveal at the end is a total bust. Its horror cultural significance is just a 1.5. It's a solid entry in the slasher genre, but didn't really give anything new at all, and it didn't really feature any notable horror players, and is mostly forgotten in favor of other movies that share the same name. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not a terrible watch, but it's also not that great either.
It's your fault! You whistled! Shut up, Sue! He whistled and Angela's dead!
2 days later, on October 22nd, in France, there was La Nuit de la Mort, or The Night of Death. This is a French film that has Martine here taking on a new job as a nurse at a classic big ol' spooky mansion. This one a retirement home with some oddball denizens. Stranger than that, though, are her bosses, and all of the patients there are on a vegetarian diet. She bonds with the other nurse on staff, and crazy old Mr. Leon causes trouble. But there's also some mysterious goings-on at night where the residents kill the previous nurse with a cleaver. I guess that's not too mysterious, like we know what they do. But then they drain her blood and eat her. So, maybe not vegetarians after all. Things start to escalate at the house while Martine is told that Nicole quit, but soon realizes that things are not what they seem. And what's interesting here is that the main actress, Isabelle Gauguet, who plays Martine, wasn't really an actress, although she was in a few things, and this is her only lead role, but her other job was as an assistant director for French adult films. And before you ask, they have assistant directors for adult films? Yes, they did in the 1970s and 80s when X-rated flicks were full-on productions with film and budgets. There's an element of camp on display here and some genuine wacky characters throughout, but it's not played like a comedy either. And Martine discovers that the head of the home has been alive since the 1800s. And I love that she actually has to write down the difference between the 2 years to figure her age out. Like, do you really need pen and paper to figure out the amount of time between 1886 and 1980? Besides the camp, there's also some genuine mood going on here, and by mood, I'm referring to Flavian's really high-waisted pants. My rating here is a 3.5 because this was a total surprise. What a fun little flick that has some genuine atmosphere and wild characters that's only bogged down by a bit sluggish second act. Its significance is lower though, since it's not one that's really talked about or heard of. It didn't exactly set the horror world on fire, so I'm just gonna give it a 1.5. Should you watch it? Yeah, seek it out. It is a cool flick.
Une femme, je le sais.
Écoutez, ça suffit, Monsieur Léon, maintenant. Allez.
Oh, salope!
October 22nd was a busy day in France because it also saw the release of Cannibal Terror, and it was directed by Alain Deroule, who had mostly done erotica up to that point. So here's the trick with this one. It was actually a joint production with Jesus Franco, as producers saw a way to save money. So this film was shot at the same time as his White Cannibal Queen, which I featured on the last episode. They used several of the same actors and locations, and even some footage, with various sources claiming that Franco even co-wrote the script, although the rule denounces that and says the only connection was the shared set and actors. The plot gives us a trio of crooks, one of who is Antonio Mayans, who was also in White Cannibal Queen, and things start to go wrong. Their getaway truck breaks down and they're attacked by the local cannibals. They make it to the hideout though, but Mario crosses the line and assaults the owner's wife, causing their plan to fall apart and leaving them to deal with the natives. Olivier Mathot also appears here as the little kidnapped victim's father, and he's another carryover from Cannibal Queen, and this one just has a reputation as being a cheap knockoff of the cannibal genre and showed up at the end of its popularity. The lack of an Italian director and the fact that it appears to have just been shot in people's backyards instead of an actual jungle add to that. Oh, and having the tribe of cannibals be played by what appears to be mostly white guys in face paint and possibly Tom Savini? I mean, seriously, look at these jungle cannibals that they even refer to as Indians at one point. It was shown at cons back in 1980, and reportedly the audience laughed through the entire film, causing the producer to get up afterwards and introduce the director as the man responsible for this botch-up. My rating on it is pretty low. It's a 1.5. It's pretty dull, and I guess I'm just not into this whole cannibal genre. Its HCS is just a 1 since it's a blatant cash-in with nothing really new to offer and is all but forgotten. Should you watch it? Nah, you can skip it.
Maybe you want to get your flippity-floppity boobies lifted.
On Halloween, October 31st, we have Night of the Demon, singular. It'll still be a few years before we get the demons. But this one starts off with an attack in the woods and a man's arm ripped off, and he's definitely not just tucking it into his shirt here, and it looks like it's the work of Bigfoot. Then there's an anthropology class, and the teacher is discussing a series of disappearances in the nearby woods, and a woman wants help in figuring out how her father was killed. So yeah, recruit a bunch of college kids to help out, I guess. This was shot in 1979 actually, so I suppose liabilities and such weren't really a thing, because I imagine telling a bunch of parents that you're taking their kids up into the woods to investigate a series of murders would not go well. And there's a lot to talk about here. It was directed by James Wasson, and this would be the only mainstream film that he worked on, with his entire rest of his directing career being in the gay porn industry. It was filmed for around $70,000, and after it was completed, it ran at a local film festival in LA. The audience didn't really care for it, which sent producer Jim Ball into a panic, and in order to salvage the film, he went and shot several flashback scenes with additional Bigfoot attacks, with additional gore and nudity. Wasson wasn't involved in any of this, as his initial cut was practically PG in nature, and the extra scenes were done without his knowledge or participation. All that extra grue added earned it a spot on the UK video nasty list, getting it banned there, mainly due to a castration scene that would go on to become the film's most notorious element. There's also a subplot about the town doing a sort of Bigfoot impregnation ritual, and a woman named Wanda who had given birth to the Sasquatch's baby at one point, and the interference wasn't just limited to the added gore stuff. Ball changed the ending of the film as well. Originally, most of the class was to have survived, with the Bigfoot only killing a couple of them and the rest would be rescued via helicopter. The producer decided it would be more marketable with more death, so he removed that ending and reshot the finale to include everyone's death, so only the professor survives. Oh, and by the way, this is what they went with on the design for the Bigfoot. My rating on this one is a 2.5, because although the Bigfoot shock scenes are pretty fun, and it definitely has some great silly moments, there's some lag going on in the first hour that makes it less enjoyable. Its significance is a 2, since beyond being on the video nasty list, it's not that well remembered and thought about, and doesn't really have much to stand out with besides its handful of gore moments. Should you watch it? Probably. Just know it takes a while in between the kills to get anywhere. Now it's time for a change of pace since we've been covering things full of actors you're not familiar with, but how about Witch's Brew, which also came out on October 31st, and it takes place on a college campus. And Inga is here as a member of a group of wives that practice witchcraft. And one is Linda here, and if you love B-horror, then you'll recognize her from Jack Frost as the mom that gets turned into a Christmas tree. The Tan Dracula's greatest enemy is here, and they're trying to use spells to help their husband's career. And Lana freaking Turner is in this movie, and it was her final film role. She did a couple of TV show episodes after this, but no further films, and she's also a witch with an egg artifact that the other wives want. Jonathan makes Margaret quit witchcraft, so she takes off all the spells that she wove for him, and things immediately start to go wrong for him, including being accused of sexual assault, car trouble, losing a promotion, and hold up, Angus Scrimm is in this, but for some reason, they gave him this voice?
Good evening, Carl.
Good evening, Joshua. I hope you can resolve this distasteful Kenneth More affair before it causes any further embarrassment.
Like anyone watching this film instantly knows that's not how he sounds. Were they like, oh no, sorry, we can't have this character sound cool, so we'll just pop in this dude's voice instead? So this film was an adaptation of a novel by Fritz Lieber Jr. called Conjure Wife, although the film doesn't actually state that anywhere. It had been previously adapted in 1944 with Lon Chaney Jr. in a film called Weird Woman, and again in 1962 with Peter Wyngarde called Night of the Eagle. It was directed, or at least partially, by Richard Shore, who only directed 3 films, but had a huge career as a sound editor, and was even nominated for an Oscar for his work on Die Hard. I say that he only partially directed this one because he was fired about halfway through and replaced by longtime director Herbert Strock, who I just discussed in a recent episode about the movie Monstroid. Things escalate when that egg thing hatches into a full-on I-beam blasting demon that flies and tries to kill Jonathan, and pretty soon it's full-on war between the witches, and Vivian steals Margaret's body, prompting him to start believing to save himself and his wife. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's got some fun moments going on and some good comedy, and I love that gargoyle design, but there's just not enough meat on this story. Its significance is just a 2 because it's barely horror and is mostly comedy, but it does have a cool creature and some solid names involved. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's sort of a basic movie of the week kind of thing, so if that sounds cool, go for it. Also on Halloween that year was The Awakening, and it begins in Egypt 18 years ago on an archaeological dig with Ben-Hur, along with his wife and assistant Jane. They're on the hunt for an ancient Egyptian queen who may be buried there, and they find the tomb, but at the same time, Matt's wife goes into a premature labor and an eventual stillbirth. But as Matt and Jane open the tomb, the baby returns to life. Bad luck hits the dig and Annie leaves Matt, taking the baby, and the film then bounces to the present, and you know the time has passed because Matt has a beard now, and it has some white in it, which is a clear indication of age. His daughter is turning 18 years old and is played by the real star of Remington Steele, and Matt is now married to Jane. And this movie was an attempt to ride the coattails of the big budget horror boom that was happening around the time, and is often compared to The Omen in terms of content and overall feel, with people getting killed in horrific accidents. It was directed by Mike Newell, and although he had done extensive work on television and TV movies, this was his theatrical directing debut. He went on to pretty big projects like 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Donnie Brasco, and Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, and Prince of Persia. If the plot is familiar, it's because it's based on Bram Stoker's take on the mummy mythology, The Jewel of the Seven Stars, and had a couple of previous adaptations, including one from Hammer called Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. And hey, speaking of mummies, we finally get one at around the 1 hour mark, and this one was also very much dunked on when it came out. It got overwhelmingly negative reviews, with most calling it pretty stale and predictable, and Siskel calling it one of the worst movies of 1980. It didn't do too well at the box office either, only bringing in a total of $8 million against a budget of $5 million, and disappeared from the public eye pretty quickly. My rating on it is a 2 because yeah, it's not a thrilling film at all, pretty dull and drags, and I've seen it all before. Its significance is also a 2 because it is a little remembered and it's known as Heston's only foray into actual horror, so it gets a little oomph for that. Should you watch it, you could probably skip it. There's a handful of interesting deaths, but not much else.
Maybe he's the one. Him and his goddamn car.
October 31st was busy that year, as another release on that same day was The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, although this one was a made-for-television film. It starts with Ichabod Crane rolling into town, here played by Seth Brundle, and Paul Sand is here as well, as is Dick Butkus. And when Crane arrives, he immediately locks eyes with the lovely Katrina, but let's face it, there's physically no way to not lock eyes with Meg Foster when she looks at you with those things. Like the book it's based on, Ichabod doesn't believe in the local legends, and this version was actually an offshoot of Classics Illustrated. If you're unfamiliar, there was a line of comic book style adaptations of iconic novels to appeal to younger readers. The company produced a series of television movies to tie into them, including this one, The Time Machine, The Fall of the House of Usher, and several more. Its original airing had hosts and skits in between the commercial breaks with Gary Coleman and Steve Allen. He begins to integrate into the regular town life and forms a rivalry with Brom and Frederick, and there's love triangle stuff happening, and he's visited by ghosts who warn of the Headless Horseman coming. And if you're familiar with the story, this is somewhat faithful, but also not. It alters some characters and adds some subplots, but most of all, changes the tone. Since it's a made-for-TV movie, it has a much less moody atmosphere and a light-hearted tone, and a happy ending. My rating here is a 2.5. It's fun and all, and Goldblum and the cast are delightful, but it kind of drains all the Halloween out of it and maybe goes on for a bit too long. Its significance is a 2.5 because it does have some merit and it's a classic horror tale retold with some big names, although it didn't really have a big impact on the film world. Should you watch it? Probably. It's not great, but it's fun and enjoyable enough, and a good holiday standard.
Turn around once or twice so he can see you ain't got no sharp corners.
Oh, Papa, you're terrible.
Ah, yes. That constant issue men deal with. Women with sharp corners? Here's one that didn't have a confirmed date, but it did come out in November, and it's The Day Time Ended, a film that was recently featured on MST3K. It begins with classic cowboy actor Jim Davis, not Garfield, Jim Davis, and his family, including Chris Mitchum here, son of Robert Mitchum. But he's not James, who is a different Mitchum son that was featured on the project a few episodes back in Monstroid. The fam is moving out to the desert, and grandson Steve is here, and if they told me that this character was 14 years old, I'd be down for that, but also if they told me he was 32. This weird thing that looks like a Land of the Lost pylon shows up, and little Jenny starts seeing odd things around the house. There's then Lights in the Sky, and this was directed by John Bud Cardos, who is perhaps most known for Kingdom of the Spiders, and it was produced by Charles Band. His son Richard did the music for the film, and band regular Ted Nicolau edited it, so there was a lot of Empire and Full Moon crew on staff here. David Allen is even on board to provide some cool stop-motion animation, and pretty soon there's some little alien ships after them, giant monsters battling, and it's sort of more of an effects reel than it is a movie. The family just ends up coming up against challenge after challenge that don't really connect with each other, and it feels like a strange fever dream that kinda wants to be Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but also kinda doesn't. There's really no box office information on the film, although it was pretty poorly reviewed at the time, with critics citing its aimlessness and pointing out the flaws in the low-budget effects. My rating on it is a 2, since I like the stop motion guys, but there's just nothing really to hook me in here, and no story. It's better to watch it with robots making jokes. Its HCS is a 1.5, since there's that David Allen work here and the presence of the bands, but that's about it. Should you watch it? It's pretty skippable, unless I guess it's the MST3K version. We're going back to Italy now, and on November 6th, The House on the Edge of the Park was released, even though it wouldn't get a US run until 1985. It doesn't waste any time before giving us David Hess assaulting a woman and then strangling her before the opening title scene. Giovanni Radice is here for his 3rd appearance this year. He appeared back in Cannibal in the Streets, as well as City of the Living Dead, and Alex and Ricky connive their way into getting invited to a posh party. At first, everything seems to be going fine. But then there's some card cheating, which leads to a fight, and things start to get antagonistic. And they take over the entire party, slashing them with his straight razor, and there's times when it seems really odd that he can control this whole party. Like he's one guy with a razor because Ricky's freaked out and not even really helping him. So this was directed by Ruggero Deodato, who had also done that year's Cannibal Holocaust, and with the name House on the Edge of the Park and starring David Hess, you might be getting some Last House on the Left vibes, especially considering the subject matter, and that was intentional. They gave the film the title they did, and specifically cast Hess in order to try and capitalize on it, and is considered a loose remake. They wanted Hess for the part so badly they actually gave him partial film rights to appear in it, and supposedly bragged on set that the sex between him and Annie Bell in the film is not simulated, although his co-stars don't really believe him. Considering that Hess was married at the time and his wife played the victim in the opening scenes, it seems like he might have been stretching the truth. It's also said that Marie-Claude Joseph, who only appears in this film and absolutely nothing else, was not an actress and was simply a hotel owner that Deodato met and was having an affair with, so he gave her a spot in the film. At that time, he was also romantically involved with Francesca Ciardi from Cannibal Holocaust, and here's a picture of him at the time, so I guess become a director, kids! The movie made its way onto the Video Nasty list in the UK and was only released there in 2002 with all the violence removed. I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a 2 because it's not my style of horror. It's just a cavalcade of terrible people being terrible with the thinnest of plots that doesn't make a lick of sense, with no one just like leaving the house, especially considering the ending reveals there's been a gun in the house the entire time, and it's just like right there, but no one thought to grab it at any earlier point. Its significance is a little higher though at a 2.5 because you've got Ruggero in the chair and Hess as your lead, basically doing another version of one of horror's most notorious films. Should you watch it? I guess not. I suppose if this style of thing floats your boat, but it certainly doesn't float mine. The last movie for this block came out on November 7th, and it's the classic Christmas Evil, which is appropriate for our December episode, even though they put out a freaking Christmas horror movie in early November for some reason. It begins with a flashback to Christmas of 1947 as little Harry sees his mom getting groped by Santa Claus and kind of freaks out, and let's face it, I think I would too. Like Saint Nick is just sort of downed there but not doing anything and just kind of staring at her fully clothed lady parts. I'm not one to kink shame, but I think there's a reason Christmas only comes once a year. It then jumps ahead to the present, with Harry now all grown up and a little bit obsessed with the holiday season. When I say a little bit obsessed, I mean keeping tabs on the local kids, including the notorious Moss Garcia. Moss is pretty bad. Kid throws rocks at dogs and that's not cool. But come on, Harry, picks his nose? You have that on the same level of naughty as smoking cigarettes? Apparently, Harry works at a toy factory and starts to unravel. His brother is played by Jeffrey DeMunn, who looks a lot different when he was younger, but you'll remember him as the sheriff from the Blob remake or from the backseat of that car in The Mist, along with the back window and a bit on the dashboard. Harry starts getting creepier, like muddying up his face to spy on Moss. And is Moss a nickname for something? What is Moss short for, do you think? Well, his mom is Jill Taylor in her debut role, slapping the hell out of her kid. And on the night of Christmas Eve, Harry dresses up in full Santa garb and heads out in his custom painted truck to deliver gifts to the good children and punishment to the bad people out there. What looks on the outside to be another guy in a Santa suit slasher film ends up being a pretty deliberate character study of a descent into madness. You're never quite sure what Harry's going to do, and the film leaves you guessing. It was directed by Lewis Jackson and was his final film, and at its time of release received pretty solid reviews but didn't make a big splash at the box office, but has since gone on to develop a decent-sized cult following, with John Waters referring to it as the greatest Christmas movie ever made. One thing that stands out here is the ambiguous ending, which viewers either love or hate, but like the plot itself, it keeps you guessing. My rating on this one is a 3.5, and I think it's pretty marvelous, and what a great performance by Brandon Maggart as Harry. I just wish that it was a little sharper paced. Its significance is a 3 since it's an early Christmas-themed slasher, predating even Silent Night, Deadly Night, featuring some effective effects, and really played with the slasher genre. Should you watch it? Yes, and I can't think of a better time. Pop it on right now to get yourself in the holiday spirit and make sure that you're not on Harry's naughty list. We're starting this block with Hell of the Living Dead, or Night of the Zombies, which played Spain on November 10th. It played Italy a year later in '81 and reached the States in '83. Now, I know that I covered this recently in my Romero ripoff video, but it's worth watching twice. It starts off with another staple of 80s flicks, the leak at a chemical plant during an operation called Operation Sweet Death. And I wonder if it's like, ah, sweet death, how I long for your embrace. Or like, dude, sweet death. This was directed by Bruno Mattei under the pseudonym of Vincent Dawn, and it's his first appearance on the project, but certainly won't be his last. And he's most known for doing cheap knockoffs of established hit films. And this is one of those, and you can tell right off the bat because the film uses the score from Dawn of the Dead. They actually hired Goblin to do the music, but couldn't afford for them to write new tunes, so the band was just like, here, use these songs from this other famous zombie film. The accident causes zombies instead of just, cancer, and then there's a police squad surrounding a group of criminals in a tenement, and these are those SWAT guys. So yeah, pretty clear why this would have been on that Romero ripoff list. What happens here is that a group of Italian producers saw Dawn and said, we want a movie just like that, and they hired Mattei to do exactly that. They brought on Claudio Fragasso, infamous Troll 2 director, to write the screenplay. And it seems that there was actually 2 different ones in consideration. Mattei really wanted one of them and disliked the other, so guess which one the producers ran with. Most of the film takes place in New Guinea, where the chemical plant was located, and a group of journalists attempt to figure out what happened, and the commando group tries to help them, while at the same time ensuring that they don't actually find anything out. Of course, zombie shenanigans ensue, with possibly the least threatening zombies ever. Like, look at this. There's like 6 zombies basically on top of this guy and all around him, and he very, very easily escapes. Later, that same guy is surrounded again and again. They can't touch him. Plus, can I get a special shout out for this extra who I guess they didn't have time to paint his neck and just thinks that walking like a zombie means that like your wrists are broken. My rating on this one is a 3.5. I know that it bogs down in the middle a bit and it gets a bit dull, but there's just so much fun, silly stuff going on in between that I really enjoy watching it. What can I say? I am a sucker for cheap Italian zombies. Its horror cultural significance is a 2.5 since it's pretty memorable and was a staple of video stores back in the day, but it never quite reached the heights that some of its cohorts did. Should you watch it? Yep, no question. Oh boy, on November 14th, a legend was born with the Boogeyman from Uli Lommel. And watching this one, we're gonna play How Many Movies Can We Rip Off? It starts with a vaguely Halloween theme song. And then has a couple getting steamy with a pantyhose mask. Son, you've got a panty on your head. Young Willie and Lacey are spying on them, so they tie Willie to his bed, which is, yeah, maybe a bit extreme. But Lacey lets him go, and he, let's see if this is familiar, takes a knife in a POV shot and then stabs his mother's lover in front of a big mirror. It then bounces 20 years, and Lacey and Willie live on a farm, and he hasn't spoken since that night, and they get a letter from their mom saying that she's on her deathbed and wants to see them one last time. And the pair are actually played by Susanna Love and Nicholas Love, real-life brother and sister, and Susanna was married to Lommel and co-wrote the screenplay for the film. Oh, and then, great, look at these windows. So now we've got Halloween and Amityville going on, and Lacey is haunted by nightmares of a killer. So they consult a psychiatrist, and come on, if your head doctor is freaking John Carradine, it might be time to seek a second opinion. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what you do, just don't do this. She decides to confront her fears by going back to the house she grew up in, where they encounter Timmy.
Timmy!
And there's that mirror here, which she shatters, causing Jake to make her take it home with them, where he patches it up because, you know, what's a better addition to your household decor than a shattered mirror? Spooky stuff starts happening, prompted by the shard of mirror remaining, and the movie becomes a sort of stalker film, sort of possession film, and even though it received pretty negative reviews at the time of release, it was a decent sized hit. Made for less than $500,000, it would bring in $25 million at the box office. But unfortunately, because the distribution company was going through bankruptcy at the time, Lommel and the rest of the crew saw very little of the proceeds. Oh, and going back a bit, this actress right here is Jane Pratt, and after this movie, she acted in a couple of other little bit parts and then quit acting and decided to go into magazines, creating Sassy and Jane, named after herself, and is currently featured as Jane Radio on Sirius XM. The ending goes totally off the rails and goes into Exorcist territory. And features Jake, I guess, sort of crucified by kitchen drawers that, I mean, he can clearly just let go of. And we're back to Amityville again. Fine. My rating on this one is a 3. I like it and I don't. It's like there's a handful of scenes that are absolutely amazing and perplexing that I love, but in between them, it's a bit of a bore. Its HCS is a 2.5. It is pretty remembered, even if it's taken on a cult status, but it was enough to form a really wonky franchise, which we'll get to later in the project. Should you watch it? Yeah, I would. It's fun, even though there's a few points that you'll be looking at your watch.
Boogeyman!
Well, I was looking forward to this because on the same day, Alligator was released. In the wake of Jaws, there was lots of giant animal attack movies, and this is easily one of the best. It starts with a young girl getting a pet baby alligator in 1968, and her dad flushes it down the toilet, just like all those old urban legends. It then jumps 12 years, and the amazing late Robert Forster is here, as is Mr. Frome, and Detective Madison is investigating a series of animal deaths. And Michael Gazzo is here, and listen to this man's voice.
I haven't decomposed a bit, but all the internal organs have been cut out, clean as a whistle. Larynx cords cut too.
The voice of an angel. So Pet Shop Guy is providing a lab, doing tests on animals with stray dogs and helping them dispose of their failures in the sewer. That baby alligator has been feeding on them and has been making it grow to massive size, and it starts chomping. So this was directed by Louis Teague, who also made Cujo and Cat's Eye, and then blessed the world with the weirdest goofy sequel in The Jewel of the Nile. Our first view of the big guy is pretty impressive, although reportedly the animatronic gator, much like Bruce the Shark from Jaws, was a little difficult to work with and didn't quite operate the way that it was supposed to. And then, the film brings in the always stunning Robin Riker in her debut film. And if you happened to miss it, I did a timeline video about the two alligator films a while back and talked to Ms. Riker about the movie, and she was fantastic and gave some great behind the scenes stories. It definitely fits a Jaws pattern, from having a police guy who no one believes at first but then end up backing, paired with a younger, more science-oriented cohort, to a sort of grizzled hunter out to get the creature, but it's also 100% its own thing. Its own thing with awesome giant alligator effects, from that big animatronic to using a real gator on shrunken sets. This is also actually written by the legendary John Sayles, who also wrote Piranha and The Howling, but would go on to be nominated for multiple Oscars for writing, winning the BAFTA award, and also directing several extremely critically acclaimed films. It features some standout moments in the later half, like a particularly shocking moment with a small child in a swimming pool, Gazzo almost having an aneurysm.
Enough as they are! Look, just let me know when the state troopers are ready. Damn it!
And the outstanding wedding sequence, which is just full-on, non-stop monster goodness. My rating here is a 4. I love this. It's a great movie, kind of simple and straightforward and clearly influenced by one giant shark film, but I could watch it at any time, and that pool scene scarred young me. Its HCS is a 3, since it's fairly fondly remembered, even on a cult level, but has some great effects, top-notch stars, and is both written and directed by strong talent in the horror field. I'd give it higher, but I still feel like it's not as recognized as it deserves to be. Should you watch it? Yes, tonight. A few days later, on November 18th, in Italy, there was Erotic Nights of the Living Dead. And I was a little hesitant to include it here because it's pretty much just an X-rated film with some horror elements, but after weighing it out, I figured it deserved inclusion. The main reason why is that it's from Joe D'Amato, and even though it's only the first year of the 80s project, this is his third film on here. Previous D'Amato entries were Sex and Black Magic and Anthropophagus. Like a lot of his films, it features George Eastman, who also wrote this one, and John here is buying an island to put a new resort on. But there's neck-chomping zombies afoot, and even the mention of the island is enough to send prostitutes running without getting paid. And if you were not convinced that this is a world of X-rated logic,
you're just the type of man to suit a woman. No clothes and a big wad already.
Not to mention a couple of chilled bottles of champagne.
Give me time for a quick shower and I'll be with you.
Zombie attacks start increasing and John hires Larry to take him to the island, and holy crap, this is a half hour in and not much has happened. Although a woman uses her private parts to open a bottle of champagne, so I guess that's something. Loris Gemser is here, and she's most known for playing Black Emmanuelle, and this one was filmed at the same time as Porno Holocaust, another D'Amato film, and they both have the same cast and locations, and I suppose I'll get to that in the 1981 episodes. But this one was pretty unsuccessful, which saddened the director quite a bit. This was his first attempt to really lead into the horror stuff in one of his X-rated ventures, and he was hoping it would be embraced. But afterwards, called it a total fiasco. It seems to live in the shadow of its twin, probably due to that one's more blatant title, and it's kind of plain to see why this was considered a fiasco, since it's just a long chain of people walking around, standing around, sitting around, and having sex around, but not like appealing or even erotic sexing around. My rating on this one is 1 tape. Who knew that you can combine sex with zombies and still end up with something you can fall asleep to? There's like 3 fun things going on in the whole film. Its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's still a little bit of a forgotten D'Amato entry, again overshadowed by Porno Holocaust, and doesn't offer much new. Should you watch it? It's a pass. One day later, on November 19th, was Mama Dracula, an obscure little number from Belgium. It starts with a history of a Lady Bathory-like character and a professor who's given an invite from Countess Dracula, and once the Statue of Liberty grows fangs, it's pretty clear that this is going to be leaning into the humor. He heads to Transylvania to meet her, and I guess I should mention that his name is Professor Von Blood, and he thinks he's going to a blood conference, so I guess he was like, well, guess I should just do what my name is, which is not really the best way to pick a career. The Countess is Nurse Ratched, kind of playing against type here, and I'm kind of thinking that Thomas Dolby saw this movie and was like, yeah, I want to go for that guy's look. These vamps can walk around in the daylight, and she bathes in her victim's blood in order to retain her youthful appearance. But it's important that the blood be from a virgin, and she's having trouble finding those. But like, maybe she should just go hunt down young Jim Carrey or something. Garlic also has no effect, and she's asking the professor to find a way to synthesize that blood to mass produce it for her. And she has this pair of twin assistants who are mainly there as comic relief, and they help to collect girls for the Countess, and they pull a joke from Love at First Bite, but I guess reverse it? There's also an inspector trying to figure out the rash of disappearances in the area, and when they find their ideal candidate, she tries to get the professor to help her, and the script on this one was partially written by National Lampoon's Tony Hendra, who most people remember as the paddle-carrying manager from Spinal Tap, and this was pretty ignored at the time of release and kind of slipped into obscurity. My rating on this one is just a 2. It has some amusing bits and there's some stuff that is entertaining, but for the most part it's kind of boring and not a whole lot happens and poorly staged. It's not great. Its HCS is only a 1 because, again, it is completely forgotten. This is one of the more obscure films of this particular era, especially considering that it has some stars in it and doesn't really offer a lot of new to the genre. Should you watch it? You could probably pass. Well, from one horror comedy to another, because now we're going to November 21st with The Private Eyes. It begins with a 1920s setting as a wealthy couple is murdered in their car by an unseen figure. We're introduced to Mr. Furley and Ensign Parker as a couple of Scotland Yard detectives that have a bit of a bad reputation, and they're put on a murder case and head up to the Morley house. They're met by Bernard Fox, who actually played Watson himself once, and Sarah Palmer, and for some reason, they have a gun that will go off every hour unless they turn it off. And yeah, I'm not sure that's a good invention at all. Phyllis here is the sole heir to their fortune, but if she dies, the money is split amongst the staff, which includes Erwin Keyes, and everyone seems pretty suspicious. They start getting killed off one by one, eliminating the pool of suspects in a variety of pretty bloodless manner. And if you had HBO at like any point in the 80s, you've probably seen this one. Conway and Knotts had previously teamed up on the Apple Dumpling Gang films, as well as a movie called Gus, and this would be the final time that they appeared together outside of little cameos. It was directed by Lang Elliott, and most everything that he worked on was in tandem with Conway, from a couple of feature films to the Dorf video series. Weirdly, he doesn't have any credits since the 90s, but is listed as working on a remake of Cujo called Cujo Canine Unit Joint Operations. There hasn't been any news on that since like 2015, so it's probably not happening, and I really want to know what happened here. There's a running joke that the killer leaves poems that purposely don't rhyme, and when they read this one...
If Jacques could talk, he'd give you a clue. But now that he's dead, what can you do? He deserved what he got, I don't regret it a bit. By the way, you're standing in Bull Caca.
Like, that line is clearly overdubbed, but like it's clear that he didn't curse since it would have rhymed and ruined the joke. But if you look at his lips, it looks like that's what he actually says. So, did they have to dub it to avoid a higher MPAA rating? But then the joke doesn't work.
By the way, you're standing in Bull Caca.
There's actually kind of a wild story here, since the film was shot in an actual mansion that had a collection of rare books. When they found one missing after showing it to Conway, he was actually accused of stealing it, and their subsequent investigation revealed that a former security guard there had stolen around 60 rare books from their library, and the film's production revealed his scheme. All in all, it was actually a pretty profitable film and was the highest grossing film released under Roger Corman's New World Pictures banner. My rating on it is a 3.5. It is a lot of fun. A simple story with dated humor, sure, but it's family friendly and silly and gave me a nice nostalgic kick. Its significance is lower in terms of horror since it's like 80% comedy, so I'm just giving it a 2, and that 2 is for the presence of classic comedy stars and an old-fashioned murder in a big spooky mansion, and the fact that there was no way to escape this film if you had cable in the 80s. Should you watch it? I mean, yeah, but if you're in a horror mood, probably no.
Listen up, dummies. The help is all gone. The house is bare. Now you know a shadow lives there. There is one left to die. Then my job will be done. I like killing people. It's a lot of kicks.
As far away as possible from that film, in tone and distance, we go to Hong Kong for November 26th's Lost Souls, which is often described as China's most disturbing film. But like, have they seen Human Centipede 3? It opens with a group of immigrants sneaking across the border from mainland China into Hong Kong looking for a better life. When some of their group gets busted and brought in, they seek refuge from a man on a nearby farm, but he actually sells them off. And hey, there's a character named Shang Tung, and now I'm wondering if some beast with 6 arms is going to come strolling out. After trying to escape, they end up in the clutches of a gang who are a particularly nasty bunch who take their captives and abuse and torture them. And this was produced by the Shaw Brothers, legendary kung fu movie studio. And you can bet the sound effects are all pretty familiar. This was directed by Tun Fei Mao, who would later make the equally notorious Man Behind the Sun, another movie that's basically about torturing prisoners, so dude has a theme going on. These proceedings include people being burned alive, being urinated on. Honestly, most of the torture isn't like Saw variety or anything. You're not going to see people having parts cut off, and honestly, I have to keep this synopsis short because there's not really a lot of clips that I can even use from the film due to the sheer level of non-stop naked people. My rating on it is a 1. It's terrible. It's not shocking. It's not interesting. It's just dull and trash. This HCS is also a 1. No one knows what it is, and I'm kind of sorry that now more people do because of this video. Should you watch it? No. In fact, forget I mentioned it. On November 28th, we go back to the US, but we're headed to the small screen for The Babysitter. I don't include a lot of TV movies on the project, but this looked fun, so here it is. It's got a little Tara here, and her mom needs a miracle worker, and her dad looks suspiciously like Michael Myers for some reason. They've recently moved, and Tara meets their neighbor Joanna, played by Stephanie Zimbalist, who just appeared in the last episode's The Awakening, and she has a penchant for standing in the middle of the road. And then the great John Houseman shows up as the local doctor, so the cast list on this is pretty solid. They hire Joanna to be their live-in babysitter and housekeeper, and she sparks the cray-cray pretty soon, talking to invisible people, and secrets are revealed as Liz confides in her, and Jeff is revealed to be having an affair. This ran as an ABC Friday night movie, and I mainly put it on here because it was directed by Peter Medak, and earlier in this year, he gave us the great ghost story, The Changeling. And he's actually still working, directing at around 85 years old, although mainly just does TV episodes nowadays. When this aired for the first time, it actually got crushed in the ratings, but it was up against 2 of the most popular shows at the time, Dallas and the Dukes of Hazzard. Things start to escalate as Joanna tries to work her way into their lives and shows some violent tendencies. Although, before you can say Alicia Silverstone, one of the plot points is that she's hopelessly enamored with William Shatner, which I'm sure he loved. It may take a little while, but after the first hour, it starts to kick in with a bit more insanity until it goes full-on Fatal Attraction for the finale. My rating on it is a 2.5 because it's definitely watchable and has some moments, but it's no Changeling. Its significance is a 2 because it's only a TV movie and it's not really remembered, but I'll give it a touch of extra cred for being by Medak and featuring the Shat and Duke plus Houseman and giving us a sort of prototype for Glenn Close's rabbit shenanigans. Should you watch it? Possibly. I think it's one that I wouldn't turn off if it were on, but wouldn't choose to turn it on, if that makes sense.
And I can't do it anymore.
We now head into December, and on the 3rd, in Spain, The Beasts Carnival was released. The opening introduces us to Bruno here, but we don't just meet him. We get this really handy exposition dump that literally explains his entire character in 10 seconds.
You're the mercenary who fought in Rhodesia, in Angola, in Vietnam.
I know you're the best in the world at what you do, and with a gun, no one can beat you. I know you're a true professional. And that, Bruno, is why the organization I belong to needs you.
And Bruno is played by Paul Naschy, who wrote and directed the film as well, and somehow, I don't know how this happened, but I have never featured any of his films on the channel, but that's about to change. He was most known for a series of films referred to as the Hombre Lobo series, of which there's 12 movies, but one of those is now lost, so I guess there's only 11. And this is not part of that series, and has Bruno, a hitman, taking a job with the Yakuza to steal a bunch of diamonds, but then, unexpectedly, double-crosses them and takes them for himself. He heads up into the mountains to hide with a group of assassins on his tail, and even though Naschy's Spanish, and this was a Spanish production, it was made in conjunction with Japan. So it features a Japanese heavy subplot and actors. The first half hour of this one basically just feels like an action heist movie of sorts, and you're wondering where it's going or if this is even horror. But then Bruno ends up in the care of a family of pig farmers who appear to have some ulterior motives, and when more people come looking for him, someone seems to be doing some killing of their own. There's also some good old love triangle stuff going on, because when you're writing and directing the movie, of course you make it a subplot in which the female characters just can't keep their hands off of you. The weird aspect of this film is that even though it was a joint production with Japan, the film was never actually screened there, and the horror elements really start to kick in the final act, even if it takes a bit to get there. But the longer it goes on, the wilder it gets.
An Oriental woman. I'm afraid I don't know who she was because they all look the same to me.
Jesus, movie. My rating on this is a 2.5. I want to give it a 3, but I just can't. It starts off so strong and has some weird fun, and I want to be on board, but it just takes way too long to get where it's going and has too many pointless plot threads that don't really pay off. Its HCS is a 1.5 because Naschy is already a bit of a cult filmmaker, and this is one of his lesser known entries that I don't even see his fans discussing. Should you watch it? I mean, if you've never seen a Naschy film, I don't think this is the place to start. But if you like his style, it's worth a watch.
Yes, what a nerve! Why, how dare you? I can't even breathe hardly.
Yeah, I smelled you sweating all night long, you cow. I almost lost my food.
2 days later in West Germany, Devil Hunter was released, but it didn't get an Italian run until later in '81, and was released in the US as Manhunter. And it has this Baywatch looking model here, and I guess I promised / threatened this one like 2 episodes back, since this is also by Jess Franco and was made back to back with White Cannibal Queen. So when Laura is kidnapped, they take her to a remote jungle lair where they hold her for ransom. And Al Cliver of Zombie and Beyond fame is here, and he was also in White Cannibal Queen, and he's hired by Laura's people to go and save her. But there's a tribe of cannibals there that worship a devil god with crazy eyes that are basically just cut out ping pong balls. And you know I'm saying right now that if, when I decided to do the 80s project, if I had realized that I'd be stuck watching like 75 boring cannibal movies, I might have said no thank you. When their rescue attempt goes wrong, Laura ends up alone in the jungle, hunted by the kidnappers and the cannibal creature. And even though this film is by Franco, he's credited as Clifford Brown. Although it's reported to have been co-directed by Lina Romay, a Spanish actress that also appeared in White Cannibal Queen and quite a few other films. She had recently become involved with Franco, who was in the middle of divorcing his first wife, who actually edited this movie, so I'm sure that there was some interesting dynamics there.
The ones from the helicopter?
I know it's you on the other end of this walkie-talkie, Wesson. What the hell do you want from me?
I'm pretty sure it's a surprise to you, but it's me, Peter Weston.
He literally just said he knew it was you when he answered. Clearly not a surprise. After Laura gets taken in by the cannibals, everyone is against each other, and I have to say, as compared to White Cannibal Queen, and probably 90% of the other cannibal films of this era, there's stuff going on here. It's not overwhelmingly interesting stuff, but it's stuff. Upon release, like many of the other man-eating films, it was placed on the UK video nasty list and banned there, not seeing release in that country until 2008 in uncut form. My rating on it is a 2 because although it's better than most of the other cannibal flicks, it's still not that great. It has a couple of fun moments, but not much else. Its significance is also low at a 1.5 because again, not a really known film, one of Franco's lesser entries and one of the more forgotten of the cannibals. Should you watch it? I'd pass.
Get me out of here! I can't get these dreadful memories out of my head!
Calm down. Come on, you must control yourself.
Wait a minute. Let me take a pill.
Okay.
That'll be better. It'll steady my nerves.
Our last movie in this block is a doozy, and it's Nightmare City, which debuted on November 11th in Italy. And remember how Fulci's Zombie starts with a mysterious ship pulling into a harbor, and there's zombies on board? Well, this one starts off with a mysterious airplane landing, and guess what? Guess what's on board? Well, if you said zombies, you're mostly right. These are referred to by the director as not being zombies and instead are irradiated people who look like zombies and, like zombies, can't easily be killed and are interested in chowing down on you, so I don't know what to tell you. They're zombies. Unlike the ghouls you're thinking about though, these ones use weapons, including guns, and are quite fast. And that's this film's biggest contribution to the horror genre. This is the first running zombie film. Outside of Romero zombies showing tiny spurts of speed here and there, this is the official first film in which running zombies are a thing. They start expanding their attacks all over, and this one was directed by Umberto Lanzi, who had also directed Eaten Alive, which I covered earlier this year on the project, and this is about as different a movie as can be from that one, and we'll definitely be seeing more of him in the future as well. He's the one that insists that this not be called a zombie movie and prefers it to be a statement about radiation sickness and an anti-military and nuclear film. He would actually become pretty agitated and angry when it would be referred to as a zombie movie. Pretty soon, chaos is erupting everywhere, turning it into some sort of Nightmare City. It's a stretch, but it's in the title. This one actually didn't get a release until 1983 in the States, and it was retitled City of the Walking Dead, which is pretty funny since Fulci's City of the Living Dead got retitled to Gates of Hell over here, so you've got some weird title confusion with 2 movies and 4 titles, 2 of which are strangely similar. Also of note is the ending of this one, for 2 reasons. First off, there's a really great set piece with an amusement park and zombies climbing up a roller coaster, and a helicopter escape that's both pretty wild and features one of my favorite dummy drops of all time. But also, it's all a dream. But it's not just a dream. And that's it. No, it actually just goes right back to the beginning of the movie and replays the freaking opening of the film, like all of it. And supposedly, this was because they didn't know how to end the film and didn't really have the budget for anything else. My rating on this one is 3.5 stars. I kind of love it, but I realize I love the beginning and I love the end, but there's a good solid chunk of this movie that's pretty slow going. Its HCS is a 4 though, because what else can I say? Radiation quibbling aside, this is the first fast zombie movie. Should you watch it? Yeah, it may drag a bit here and there, but that doesn't really hurt it too much in the long run. We'll begin with Deadline, which has an unknown release date, but played theaters sometime in 1980. It has Steven here, who's a writer, and his daughter is the little brood girl, but he also has a real problem with his plumbing. And he's a writer who's known for horror books that are made into films, and the latest is called Anatomy of a Horror, which has goats and bulldozers and a healthy bit of gore, and Anatomy of a Horror was actually the working title of this film. While people criticize him for writing what he does, he flashes to various dark scenarios in his mind, and as his pressures intensify and he's facing down a deadline to come up with a new book, his fantasies become wilder and wilder. And wow, what a weird story this one has with its release, because no one seems to really know when it came out. It's confirmed that it was filmed sometime in 1979, and film guides listed the year of release as 1980, with no month or day, just 1980. When Vinegar Syndrome reissued it, they put the year as 1980, but the first confirmed actual release in the US wasn't until its VHS pressing in 1984. There is one instance, a Canadian publication, that actually gives a date of 1979, although that seems unlikely considering parts of the shoot took place in the later part of that year. However, it's generally believed that it did play a limited amount of theaters in Canada in 80, which is where that date comes from. It was the directorial debut of Mario Azzopardi, who would then go on to a pretty long run of directing TV shows and TV movies, working on everything from the Highlander series, to Sliders, to a couple of episodes of Two, a very short-lived show my mom and I used to watch about a man accused of murdering his wife and going on the run to prove the killer was actually his evil twin brother. But in this one, there's visions of a Nazi band playing the Brown sound, and reality and fantasy start to blend as tragedy strikes, leading up to a wild ending. My rating on this one is a 3.5. This was an interesting surprise. It's a weird, fractured narrative that's spiced up with some intermittent gore, and I was into it. Its horror cultural significance is a 1 though. It's super obscure, never talked about, hard to find information on, and didn't lead to any careers in horror. Should you watch it? Yeah, maybe because I wasn't expecting anything, I thought it was a win.
Nice there, and movies! Movies! It's movies! Because you see, this is what made it all possible!
Next up is another one with no known date of release, and it's Beyond Terror from Spain. It starts with an older man picking up a prostitute, and he suggests a hotel, but she wants something more romantic, like, I guess, this grassy field full of rocks. It's a scam though, and she kills him and robs him, and then meets up with her criminal friends, who rob a business and take a couple of hostages, hiding out in an old house where an old woman lives. And there's a little kid there too, and at a half hour in, it's really just a standard crime story, and was apparently at least partially written by an uncredited Juan Piquer Simon, who wrote the film Pieces as well as Slugs. Until recently, this one was also really hard to find, pretty much only existing on VHS in really low quality transfers, but has recently gotten some sharper treatment. After they burn the house, the old woman curses them, and it transitions into the horror element. Their car is affected first, forcing them to hang out in what looks like the ruins from the Blind Dead, leading to some pretty explicit sex scenes, including a guy pleasuring himself into a bonfire, which is a sentence I'm pretty sure I never expected to write down, let alone say aloud. And the middle portion of this one really takes a slow turn, with footage of them just walking around with very ill-fitting music. But in the last 10 minutes or so, things really start popping off. And here's a completely random thing about this movie. The poster features this artwork of a witch woman, which was literally just directly stolen from an old Vampirella comic book cover. My rating on this one is a 2.5. There's some fun stuff, and it's not a bad watch per se, but there's just too much lag in between. Its significance is lower since it's a very forgotten film and was hard to even find for a while, so I'm giving it a 1. Should you watch it? Likely not, but if you do end up doing so, you're not going to be mad or anything. Here's another one with no set release date, and all we know is that it ran in theaters in Italy in 1980, but it's a Spanish film called Stigma, or Estigma. We meet young Sebastian here, played by Christian Borromeo, who we just saw recently in House on the Edge of the Park, and would later go on to show up in Argento's Tenebrae, and his father just died. It's told that he was born with a Venetian veil, a membrane of skin over the face, and for some reason, that gave him psychic powers, or something. I looked it up and it's definitely a real thing, also called a birth call. But it doesn't look like people think it makes you psychic, but it's often seen as a sign of good luck. A girl he's pushing himself on flees and ends up dead, and he blames himself and has visions of his own death, and he starts to think that not only was he responsible for that death, but his father's as well. Death continues to surround him, and this one was directed by José Ramón Larraz, who was most known for making the lesbian vampire film called Vampires with a Y in there. But he also made the wild slasher flick The Edge of the Axe, which I've covered in one of my Friday the 13th ripoff videos. But then, at about an hour in, this movie takes a weird turn. Sebastian decides to get hypnotized and revisits his past lives, in which he had an incestuous affair with his sister and possibly killed his parents? It's a really strange sort of stream of consciousness series of events that don't necessarily seem connected, but it's pretty rich in style and atmosphere. I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a 2 because although it has some interesting stuff going on and a nice feel, it's just a bit of a drag that doesn't really go anywhere. Its HCS is a 1 since it's also really forgotten and doesn't add much new to the genre. Should you watch it? Probably not. It can be skipped. Yet another entry with an unknown release date is this little number called Thoma? I don't know, but I do know this. It starts with a young boy falling from a tree and being taunted by a little brat kid, but then just immediately jumps into its title sequence with some spicy hot disco jam. We then jump ahead and that kid is now grown up, I'm assuming based on the eye, and holy crap, he's into Lego. I'm automatically assuming that this guy is the film's hero because he's killed a cat.
Not the hero then. I refuse to believe that anyone out there can love the Legos and also kill kitties. I may deduct points for that.
We've then got a couple that don't get along, and they bought this remote cabin and invite all their friends up for the weekend, including this gentleman who starts stripping for the pool the second he leaves the car. Sure enough, our psychotic dude is here, just, I guess, wrestling dogs and such and killing them. So yeah, if you're sensitive to animals dying in movies as opposed to people, this one's not for you. Soon they know what's going on and are stuck in the cabin, and this one was directed by a Gianni Martucci, who didn't do too much in the film world. He directed one more movie after this, and that was pretty much it. And there's definitely a level of sleaze involved here that's a touch higher than usual for this sort of giallo. The characters are mostly pretty unlikable, as they all have their own hidden agendas as well, and it's a pretty standard slasher with a fairly bonkers ending that's weird and abrupt. My rating on it is a 2. It just kind of wanders a whole lot with no clear direction and pretty much no one to root for. Its significance is pretty low at a 1 since it's very obscure, features no one of note, and offers nothing new to impact the genre. Should you watch it? You could safely pass. Our final entry of the year without a set date is The Killings at Outpost Zeta, a little sci-fi horror film that's set in the future as we are traveling to other worlds. There's this remote planet called Zeta that we have an outpost on, and all our communications are lost with them. They've already sent several teams out to find out what happened there, and they've all been lost. But they're sending another. So to be clear, they've lost the original colony and 2 different groups of rescue squads. And the last one sent a message saying to stay away. And right now you're saying, remote world with a distress signal, and a group sent to investigate it. That sounds a bit familiar, and yeah, this is definitely an Alien ripoff. But the funny thing is that considering it's a colony on that world that they've lost touch with, you could say that Aliens actually ripped this one off, I suppose. And this was from the team of Alan Sandler and Robert Emenegger, and they made a whole bunch of movies over the course of about 2 years, some of them documentaries, and were mainly made as filler content for late night television. They get to the planet and sport these awesome spacesuits, and they find the bodies of the other missions, but they're dissolved and have these egg things in them. So, of course, you're on an alien planet with something that's killed a whole bunch of people in a horrible way. What do? Go wandering on your own in the dark with a flashlight, of course. And yeah, everyone just splits up and gets picked off, but mostly everyone just kind of walks around and then walks around some more. And when we finally get a look at the creatures, well, they basically just look like big poops. But like 90% of the time, we just get this fisheye POV shot instead. My rating on this one is a 1.5. It's just so dull. There's just nothing to it except people sitting in a room or walking around. It's the very definition of a snoozer. Its cultural significance is low as well at a 1. It's almost totally forgotten and really doesn't add anything to the genre at all. Should you watch it? Only if you're having trouble sleeping. Back to movies with a definitive date, and on December 18th, there was the release of Night Kill. It's got an angel, and she's married to Mannix, and they're both pretty unhappy, and she's looking to get divorced because he's a bit of a dick. Like, he teases a monkey. Who does that?
What kind of jerk teases a monkey? Thing'll rip your face off.
Turns out that Catherine is having an affair with Super Saver Charlton Heston. Like, did they give him the role in Beneath the Planet of the Apes because he looks like Heston put through a taffy pull? Steve goes behind Catherine's back and poisons Wendell on his own and plots to run away with her and tells her that there's a bag stashed at the airport with $1 million in it, and he's going to impersonate him in order to give them an alibi. Sturba the werewolf bitch shows up in a low-cut top, of course, and her husband might feed you to something in a crate, and this was actually directed by Ted Post, who directed Beneath the Planet of the Apes as well, and this was intended for a theatrical release. They had planned to put it in theaters in January of '81, but apparently the studio got cold feet with the film and instead only ran it in a couple of theaters and then sold it to NBC, who then ran it as a movie of the week. It was intended to be Jacqueline Smith's big breakout role and take her from a TV actress to film, but obviously that didn't quite work out. The great Robert Mitchum shows up and gives us the Mitchum 1980 trifecta. So far in this year, we've now had films that featured Robert and each of his 2 sons. He's investigating her husband's disappearance, and things get pretty wild when his body goes missing and is instead replaced by a dead Steve. And pretty soon she's being stalked, but is her hubby back from the dead? Or are we watching a sort of a remake of Diabolique? I don't know. The focal point of the movie, judging from the poster, is the shower scene near the finale with Smith, although there's no actual nudity in the film, and the ending not only throws a twist at you, but doubles it up as well, and this is fun if you judge it from the promotional material. You'd think it was a slasher flick of some sort, but it's actually a Hitchcockian-style thriller with a particularly dark ending. My rating on it is a 3. It's better than I expected it would be, but it's still a bit stale for a good portion of it, but there's enough to enjoy while it's on. Its HCS is a 2 since it's a lesser-known TV movie, but still has some pull since Post was a fairly known director, and getting Mitchum back into the horror swing deserves some cred. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah. I'm not sure I'd call it fun, but it was an okay little thriller.
You miserable, sick man! I wish you were dead!
Next up is an appropriate little number since I'm putting this out in early January, since on December 19th, New Year's Evil was released. It's set on New Year's Eve, duh, and it's got Pinky Tuscadero as a singer performing, but there's also a killer on the loose. Diane's son is Mike Tobacco from Killer Clowns, and he's basically unrecognizable here. Like to the point that I'm looking at him, thinking this guy looks familiar, and then looked him up and was completely shocked when that's who it was.
That's why we call our celebration New Year's Evil.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a title.
Turns out that the killer is calling into Diane's show with a voice changer and claims he'll kill someone close to her at midnight. And hey, not only did she say the title, but these guys sing it.
Tell me will it be sweet New Year's Eve, or do I feel a New Year's Evil?
So what the killer is doing is timing up his slashings with the various midnight countdowns across the US and taping them, and kills this nurse at midnight EST and plays the audio for Diane over the phone. Meanwhile, Derek seems to be having some trouble of his own. And you know, the weird coincidence of the title is the fact that in the same year, we have dual holidays, since we had Christmas Evil, and now New Year's Evil, so I'm kind of mad that it just didn't become a theme and be like Valentine's Evil and St. Patrick's Evil and so on. It was directed by Emmett Alston, who also made the bizarrely trippy film Demon Warp, and of course, the cinematic gem that was Little Ninjas. It was considered a fairly by-the-numbers slasher at the time, but has since developed a bit more of a cult following, with that title song by The Shadow becoming a horror rock standard. It all ends back at the hotel for a pretty wild twist and a pretty tense elevator sequence, and something I realize can make or break a movie for me: a dummy dropping. My rating on it is a 3.5. I enjoy it. I know it's nothing too unique, but it's got this weird sleazy sensibility that I dig. Its HCS is a 3 since it's growing in cult status, but still isn't really all that known, although more and more people seem to be getting hip to it as a great holiday rock and roll slasher flick. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah.
Now what do you think?
On December 24th in Hong Kong, we have a really wild entry with encounters of the spooky kind, which starts with a man being attacked by 2 ghosts, and one of them is this creepy thing, but it's just a dream that Samo Law was having. Bold here is known as the most courageous man in town, and proves it by facing down a ghost that turns out to be a trick. Except then, a real ghost shows up, but he stops it. It turns out that Bold's wife is sleeping with his boss, and he almost finds out, so Tam hires a man to call a witch up to take care of him. Meanwhile, Bold is dared to spend the night in an old temple where he encounters a Jiangshi, a hopping vampire, and that's this film's legacy. This is not the first film to feature Jiangshi, but it became the most prominent and kicked off an entire subgenre, as a series of films featuring hopping vampires would soon come out in China, including the Mr. Vampire series. This was one of the earliest examples of Hong Kong horror comedies, and again would be seen as helping to start an entire classification of film. And Samo, he was already established at this point, even appearing in Enter the Dragon and Game of Death, and had already become known as a sort of martial arts comedy guy, but this was his first melding of that style with the horror world. If you don't like this sort of thing, be wary that it contains an actual on-screen killing of a chicken in it, but the film is basically a series of wacky set pieces with Bold being framed for murder, encountering a zombie that mimics his every move, and lots of great fight scenes. And if you're a fan of this whole era of kung fu films, and like, how can you not be? Then you'll recognize quite a few of the faces as well. Everything culminates in a big magic battle, and it was a solid hit at the time, performing strongly at the box office. My rating on it is a 3.5 because I love this stuff. I grew up on Kung Fu theater as a kid, was obsessed with the Sammo and Jackie Chan films for a while, and this is like a perfect mixture of stuff that I enjoy. Monsters, comedy, and intricately complex fight scenes. Its HCS is a 3. I'm gonna split the difference here because although it's not really well known here in the States, it was hugely influential overseas. Should you watch it? Yes, it is good, silly fun. The final film of this block, and in fact, this year, happened on December 25th with the Christmas release of Altered States. And what a film to end the year on! It's got Thunderbolt Ross as Dr. Jessup, who is very interested in sensory deprivation, and he's a psychopathologist, and soon meets up with Molly Dodd, and they hit it off right away. Jessup has some issues with his father's death, which means, oh, this? Well, yeah, this was directed by Ken Russell, which means that there's going to be some really psychedelic imagery coming on our way, and oh yeah, there is. Edward and Emily decide to get married, and if you're a Ministry fan, then hey, this is where this is from.
I feel like my heart is being touched by Christ.
It then jumps 7 years, and Edward's getting more and more out of control, and his marriage is on the rocks, and he's obsessed with tapping into the human mind and finding new states of consciousness, theorizing that the energies that make up our bodies and minds are the same that have been around since the beginning of time, and still have memories of previous forms, since energy cannot be destroyed. And that means hallucinogenic trips, because again, Ken Russell. So this was based on a book by Paddy Chayefsky, who also wrote the screenplay and retained quite a bit of control over how the film was adapted. This actually caused an issue early on, since originally Arthur Penn, Oscar-nominated director of Bonnie and Clyde and The Miracle Worker, was hired to head this one up. However, his clashes with Chayefsky over the direction of the film caused him to quit in the middle of a rehearsal, causing a delay in the film. Russell, who previously did the Who's Tommy film and Listomania, came on board to add his own touches, and the increase in special effects work ballooned the budget from $9 million all the way up to $15 million. And even then, Russell and Chayefsky would butt heads on set, with the writer withdrawing his name from the film, leaving it to be credited to the fictitious Sidney Aaron instead. It seems that even though Russell changed very little from the script, Chayefsky objected to the way that those words were said. He wanted a quieter, more understated film, which isn't really how Russell does things, instead going for a more dramatic, over-the-top tone with his actors. Little baby Dan Fielding pops in, as does Lassard, and then the changes begin, and Jessup's experiments lead to some really cool bladder effects, which were revolutionary at the time, with some work done by the legendary Dick Smith and an uncredited Rick Baker. There's even an appearance by super tiny Drew freaking Barrymore in one of her very first acting roles. During his tests, he devolves into an ape man and even further back into some sort of proto-human, and unfortunately, the film wasn't terribly well received. It wasn't poorly reviewed though, either, as most of the critics seemed to enjoy it, but all felt as if it was an overall average experience. Audiences mostly agreed, since although the film made money, it didn't make much, bringing in only around $20 million at the box office versus the $15 million budget. Over time though, it's gained in popularity and regard. My rating on it is a 4. I really like it. I think it's interesting to look at, and the concepts it brings up are fascinating, even if the execution isn't always 100%. Its HCS is decent. I'll put it at a 3.5 since it's a genre piece with Russell, features some top name actors, and has been referenced quite a bit in pop culture, including a parody on South Park of all places, and a certain animated music video. Should you watch it? Hell yeah, give it a go.
So there you have it. There's 1980, the whole year in horror. Let's take a peek at the full list of movies from my top rated down to the bottom. Now, I'm gonna take a sidestep here because my friend Uncle Pete has a channel. It's called Your Friendly Neighborhood Uncle Pete, and he and another gentleman named Carlin Cook, who also has his own channel, have a show called Horror Movie Superlatives, where they rate films kind of like a high school yearbook. And I want to borrow their concept right here and do my own scoring of 1980 in their format. So please go check out both of their channels, check out that series. But here's how I would rate 1980. For best gore, it's pretty easy. It's the City of the Living Dead. I mean, a girl vomits up her entire intestinal tract. What more do you want? For the most so bad it's good movie, I'm going with, I think, Long Island Cannibal Massacre. It's just the right amount of goofy and terrible to be really fun. For most WTF film, it's probably Motel Hell with people gardens and hypno wheels and gurgling revenge zombies. It's pretty out there, no matter what Leonard Maltin says. In terms of most unique, that's gonna be Altered States. Not really sure of any other movie like it, to be honest. For most overrated, I know I'm gonna catch heat for this, but Friday the 13th. The original film just isn't the classic that it's cracked up to be. It's pretty good stuff, and I even gave it a good rating. And I'm not saying it's a bad movie. It's actually a pretty damn good movie, but it's not as fantastic and groundbreaking as you would think it was from its reputation. For most underrated, I'm going with Alligator. This is such a fun movie, and I think it always gets pigeonholed with being a Jaws ripoff, but the story's great. The characters are great. The performances are great. It's great. I don't know why more people don't know that. Finally, for the most amazing film, I'm gonna give it to The Shining. It's the only one that I gave 5 stars to, and I think it's a masterpiece. I have a feeling that some of you will probably put this in the most overrated section, but not me. I love it. So there you have it, 1980. Let me know what you guys loved about this year, what your favorite movie of the year was, what you thought about that, and let me know what you want to see more from going into this series. I appreciate you guys keeping on watching it. I appreciate my patrons for helping to support this project that we're doing. You can as well by going to patreon.com/movietimelines. Certainly would appreciate that, and I'll see you very shortly for another episode in 1981 of the 80s Project.